Okay, I believe I'm streaming here, and as always, just give us a few moments to get things set up, and we'll wait to get started as people show up. Oh, and this is gonna look janky for a second. See, is OBS displaying Demon Souls correctly? Yes, 'cause sometimes it's a little weird. And let me pull up my own stream actually. Might hear my own video on a delay. There we go. Hey, welcome, Lysiax. Welcome. Actually, let's do this differently, and then over here. Ooh, so windows are kind of fighting me. Here we go. Put OBS over here, put the chat over here. Hey, welcome Stinkus Maximus, Brian Jones, Beefman, Pixelette, hello, Kirko VNA. Yes, we are joined by Molly and Hot Pocket Remix. How y'all doing?
Doing well.
Doing pretty good, I think.
Excellent. Let me know if the voices chat need rebalanced at all. I think we have Molly bumped up a bit this time around, so it sounds good to me, but let me know if something's a little quiet in there. I see only in chat for that's the wrong game. Oh, lovely. The video description didn't link the... Maybe it will for other people. Something that I hate about like YouTube video descriptions, they fight me a lot of the times where like I'll copy and paste the text descriptions and to like at you and stuff like that, so that people could like click over to your channels and stuff like that. But I noticed it didn't work. But I'm not going to mess with that while the stream's live. I'll just fix it after the stream. But yeah, like the at for your handles like didn't actually create links. Sometimes when I edit video descriptions too, it breaks them. So it'll be so annoying. Like I'll have all of these links in my video description, and I'll realize I wanted to add one more link, and I add that one more link, and all the previous ones break, and it's like, ah, thanks YouTube.
Yeah, YouTube is a pain.
Yeah, it can be a little fickle sometimes. Let's see. I'll post this link in a couple places, and we'll get started in just another minute or two here.
At the very least, pointing them towards my channel is kind of just like, hey, here's something that may or may not happen. They last released something like 4 months ago.
Yeah.
So if you like that.
Yeah, it's more about just like giving a place to, not necessarily like, hey, there's definitely regular content happening here. Like,
yeah, no.
But yeah,
it's good. I'm very thankful. But it is funny to me. One day I will make a video, and it will be a video. And it will be good, hopefully.
Hey, you made the video on mantling, so I mean that's like that is the proper deep dive on the subject. If anyone wants to know more about how that works,
I did do that, yeah. And I want to make more like that because I can probably explain a lot of silly things that people probably don't really question, like how a door works. But you know, if anyone wanted to learn how a door works in Demon Souls, like most things, that has an interaction prompt. It just plays an animation and teleports the player, and that's kind of it.
All right, we will see if this looks correct in my Discord link, but it loves to just be like a stream behind, which is so confusing. Hey, okay, no, it worked. All right, finally. And again, if I maximize, so do you still see a current like video in the Discord video preview, or is it all like choppy and like not and weird?
It's choppy.
Yeah. It's so weird. I have to like alt tab out of the game, I think. And is it smooth now?
Yes.
Yeah, it's me.
I have to alt tab out of the game and like not have like the emulator can't be the most recently selected window, but that's fine because the controller still works when I'm not like don't have the game as the most recent thing I clicked on. So if I accidentally click back into it, just let me know like, hey, it's choppy again, and I'll click out. So 'cause I can't tell the difference, you know. So
yeah.
that's so clumsy.
RPCS3 is weird.
Yeah, it does something that it does with that confuses things is like if I try doing like print screen, like taking a screenshot in the emulator, it's not up to date with what I'm currently looking at. It's like the same source of that choppiness. Like if I want to take a screenshot in the emulator, I need to like I'll do some combination of like I'll hit print screen, then alt tab out of the game, alt tab back into it, then hit print screen again, and I'll just do that a couple times. And it's like that's how I ensure I can actually screenshot what I'm currently looking at. It's so freaking weird. I don't get it. Maybe someone who knows more about how computers work could explain why it's doing something like that. Very strange.
I just use snipping tool.
Yeah, I probably should use snipping tool more. I'm tempted to do like alt print screen a lot of the time or whatever. But yeah, issue related to being in full screen. Yeah, I think it relates to that in some way. But yeah, I think we're good to get started here. So I'm going to get rid of that starting soon text, and I need to scroll down in the spreadsheet because we last left off with last stream we did the Nexus and we did the first tutorial area, but now we are on to the second tutorial area. Let's see what we can find here. Oh no, that's 201. I'm not. That's Boletaria. Let's see. Scroll way further down.
MO8.
MO8. Oh, here we go. MO801. Much better. I can see one of you's already highlighted one of the fields. Excellent. Oh, what the heck are these things? They don't even have names. So what? Okay. Yeah, that is displaying correctly. Yeah, what are we even looking at here, and where would I find these first things? Oh, game's all crazy choppy. I think it'll fix itself in a second. We'll see what happens. It did this a second ago.
But yeah, the stream is also lagging out.
Yeah, I think it happened.
The actual YouTube one.
Oh, gotcha.
At least for me, but yeah. Anyway, yeah, people in chat are saying stream died.
Maybe. I think we're back.
Yeah, it's back.
Cool. Yeah, and I don't know what causes it, but it happened a little bit earlier when we were testing something, and the game like hard stuttered everything on the computer, and I imagine. Okay. Cool. Yeah, we might be okay now.
Yeah, this box number, or sorry, you're doing stream stuff.
Oh yeah, no, we're good to go now. I just realized I'm like, oh wait, I should lower the quality of my own stream so I'm not like downloading as much. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, so obviously this is gonna be kind of challenging for me. While we were talking, I've been flying around this level trying to figure out where the start and end are. I mean, I can figure out where the end is because I can see the boss. But because I'm not familiar with all that stuff, I'm just like, could we be?
There's two tunnels near the back. The tunnel on the left, lower down, is the start of the area.
Right. Anyway, so yeah, just to give people an indication of exactly what I'm working with here, which is not very much. Obviously, I could go look this stuff up, but so you'll have to deal with some kind of bad descriptions. But anyway, this first box is near the entrance to the boss room in the gate that from the side, which I assume is
Okay.
and the actual entrance to it, because it looks like it's got fog wall stuff around it.
It should be that at the end of like a hallway with like a staircase leading up to a fog gate.
This is the first fog gate before you hit the actual boss fog gate near the giant pot room.
Right.
Oh,
At the top
gotcha.
of it.
That's at
Gotcha.
the top of the spiral-ish ramp.
I will say, this 1 through 9, all of these regions are completely unused in the script itself.
Gotcha. Ooh, so we have cut content.
Well, I don't know what these are for. I mean, obviously they're not for anything, but
They mark out entrances and dividing between rooms.
yeah, it feels like more of this thing that we saw in the previous levels, where they're putting boxes down just to indicate like locations generic in the levels, which we didn't really see them do in Dark Souls. Maybe they had a different way to do that, or they stripped it out by the time it actually got put into the MSB. But here they seem to be using a lot of this stuff way more for just like maybe indicating to other developers where stuff is.
And so this first one, is it the pink box here straddling the fog gate?
Yep.
Well, I think there's other boxes here, but yes, it is in this.
Gotcha. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, that's not too surprising. There's a fog gate here, so it could be them experimenting with like the fog gate system.
Yeah, and then number 2 is if you were to go through this fog gate and take a right, so like away from the boss room, it's down there.
Oh, look at that.
But again, that's like, what does this mean? Like,
Yeah, and
there's nothing.
and it's not this enemy walking toward me, because that's not a trap. He just saw me. That's totally unrelated.
Even it's a different size, it could be marking out the position of an item corpse on the ground.
Interesting. Yeah. Or if it was going to relate to the gate in some way. I mean, probably not. If the gate was just going to be open originally.
Yeah.
In like the prototype version of the level. Interesting. So we have cut content. What the heck is the third thing here?
You
Yeah.
walked through it earlier. It's at the bottom of the larger, like, circular room with the Boltarian crossbowman way at the top left of it.
Yeah, it's like in the smashed wall that takes you into that room.
Yeah, the smash wall, they, like, built rafters up through.
Yeah.
Oh, this guy.
That's like a staircase. It's at the very bottom of it.
Let's see.
Past the drop-off. Old tutorial is happening sometime. I do have it all restored and working. So when it happens.
Yeah. I think we're gonna do that after. We're gonna go back to the old tutorial after we get through the regular maps. Oh, is it this thin little box on the staircase itself? Interesting.
That's what feels weird to me. That's why I was trying to figure out like where the start and end of the level is, because I was like, are these in an order? Do they do something obvious? But no, it does not seem at all relevant to me.
Yeah, and I'm guessing there's nothing that indicates what these would have been for, like, at all, like, especially without names or any information.
No.
Yeah. No. Interesting. What the heck is the fourth one then?
You're gonna want to go to the out of bounds area that I made so you can walk around in again.
Yes.
You know how you can see a little staircase going down when you first walk to the area, but you can't access it. It's like a tiny balcony.
Yes.
It's on that balcony. It's kind of, it's a rectangle. It's long and it's into the ground a lot.
Oh, and I forgot to change my animation. We'll do that real quick. That's a resource. That's
Param
Man, and then I scroll down to move Param. Again, this is all because Demon Souls debug lacks debug dash. Let's see. So we are changing my backstep animation to the walk through the fog gate animation. That's 7410. And that is how we clip through the environments. And normally this would lack collision, and I would just like fall through the floor. With debug, I could disable gravity, but Molly did something cool and just put collisions here. So,
So it's right down that staircase there. Actually, this area doesn't lack. Yeah, you see on the side of the stair the tiny cube into the ground a bit.
yeah, what the hell's
It's that one right there.
Oh, it's that one.
Yeah.
That's lovely.
It's that one.
Yeah, it's like a tall rectangle as well. So it like looks like it might be just a cube, but like no, it's actually.
Huh.
What's the size of it? It is 0.5 meters wide and deep, but then it's 1.5 tall. So it's like actually quite sizable.
Mm-hmm.
This one's a different one.
Interesting. And down here in the early preview shown by Lance McDonald over on his channel, there were two like serpent archers cut enemies here. So when you're earlier in the level, because you can normally just be down here and looking up to that spot, and there would have been a couple enemies like shooting at you from that platform. A couple serpent soldiers, totally unused enemy type that didn't wind up in the game, which is pretty neat. And was that all of them, or did we still have yet to look at number 5? Was that
5 was the
other
corpse.
one on the ramp.
It was the box. Yeah, which
okay.
also I think kind of fits along with my theory of item corpse locations for the actual box-shaped ones, like the one we saw earlier, which was number 2.
Gotcha. And by the way, you can just ignore these hanging corpses for now. Yeah, that is so cool. Molly modded these back in for us, which is great. So we can pretend this is what's in the soup over here. A person and an alligator, or crocodile, whatever that is. Hey, welcome, kingbore.
Hi, George.
Howdy.
Also, just to correct you slightly, Illusory Wall, it's not like you would fall through the ground. This area does have collision. It just doesn't have proper, not draw type. Basically, its draw parameters aren't set up properly.
Oh,
so when
that's
you step
right.
onto it, you just disappear into space.
That's right. I forgot. It's been a while since I had made the Demon Souls compare through video, and I think I remember having to like hover off the ground or do some stuff in earlier testing of it. All right, we'll scroll down in the spreadsheet. So we could mark those all as cut content. Oh yeah, do you need the link to the spreadsheet, or you both have it open again, or?
I got it.
Yeah.
Open.
Cool.
I also just pinned it in the group chat like a second ago.
Sick. Smart. Yeah, there we go. Oh yeah, and anything interesting for like 6, 7, 8, and 9? Like where are these just all scattered about the level?
Yeah, so you can see 6 from the bottom of the from where 5 was earlier. It's like off in the distance along a walkway.
Let's see.
6, 7, 8, and 9 are all right next to each other at the very start of the area.
Okay, turn around.
Yep.
Where am I going? Oh yeah, here we go. Tabbing in and out of windows and getting confused. Oh, so is it just all of these boxes right here, like at the very start?
Yeah. 6 is the one on the like wooden bridge. 7 is a lone box near some pillars at the very start of it.
Okay.
8 is right on the entry door.
Okay.
I said 6, 7. I'm sorry, everyone.
Yeah, let's go.
And 9 is slightly back into the ground beneath it.
Gotcha. Yeah. Again, it's just all stuff that didn't wind up being used for anything, because we don't need anything like this. That's interesting that there's one suspiciously like similar size and shape to the pillar. Like, are they trying to make like were they thinking of having a destructible object there, or like what?
It's also not like aligned, right? It's rotated a little bit.
I also think that's an item corpse location, to be honest.
Fair. That would make more sense
Yeah,
than
that
something
could be.
high effort than that. So, like I was like, is the column gonna be breakable or something weird? But no, yeah,
It's like it.
that would make more sense.
Everything's in reverse order here, kind of, right? Like it's almost like they were just flying through and being like, "Well, we could put something here, and we could put something here," and then didn't do anything with any of it, and then when they actually did the actual level, they did things completely differently or something.
All right, we'll scroll down in the document, and now we have things that are actually named again. Finally, this is
We're gonna
great.
get all the lights and sounds. So
Yes. Yeah, I love the translation here.
yeah, you can probably guess where the soup is.
Yeah,
The soup
wobbling,
sound.
bubbling, big pot.
pot.
It's a region in the very center of the pot. Yeah, it's a little point.
Just a point. Yeah, we're in the point territory, so there's probably not anything too interesting, unless if like any are like floating out of bounds somewhere. But I'll run to the pot at least because that's fun to look at.
I'll
But
tap through. The next ones are all the like torches on the walls. So
Yeah,
there's
I'm poking through all of them real
bonfire
quick.
for some reason. But
cool. Yeah, because we don't have to hunt these all down on stream. We know they're there. I already see something. We'll worry about that when we get there. But I predict. I think I understand what's happening with the blue cylinders there. We'll get there in a little bit.
Oh yeah, that used to be a ladder.
Yeah, that used to be a ladder. Exactly. Yeah, that's fun.
It's kind of funny with that object specifically though, because it is in the files and there's a ladder that fits it perfectly.
Yeah,
but
because they have to have a different ladder object for every height of ladder that exists. Yeah.
Yeah, and they also, in the beta maps for it, there is a script to have the ladder functionality so you can climb up and down it. But the object itself isn't loaded into the MSB at all, so it's just an invisible ladder you can climb. Which when I got it working for these streams, I just left it that way because I thought it was funny.
That's funny.
Unless you want the ladder there, I can throw the ladder in there.
No, you don't have to. Cool. Yeah, there's a point in the soup. The Demon Souls remake has like a bunch of like obvious like dead rats sticking out of the soup, but I like that in this version we can just pretend it's tomato soup. I realized I have the spreadsheet kind of covering the soup. Let me head back above to get it. See, it's just tomato soup. There's no people in there. There's no alligators in there. No, but I do love that these unused objects, again, these are not normally in the game. These were modded back in because they were dummied out here. That these structures were like for hanging meat from, but like we never get to like see the purpose of that. So it explains all the blood all over the floor and like it's fun. I think if you look carefully at this cut corpse object, I think it has a slit throat. Yeah, it's really hard. It's a really hard to see detail there. But yeah, that's crazy.
I think if they were to include this, they should have made some way to actually put corpses in or stuff in the soup, and it would change color. I think that would be fun.
Hell yeah.
They should have added a soup mini game. That would have made the game good.
Oh, Drop Off was asking, isn't the human corpse in final game just corpse missing? I'm not sure in what context.
Do they? Oh wait, like the crocodile is hanging, but not the human corpse in the final version.
Yeah.
I'm double checking, but they're both dummied out. I think. I don't think the crocodile. No, the crocodile is just a dummy object. It's not actually like.
The human's not here either in the final game.
There's hanging nothing.
Yeah, just hanging nothing. All right, I will scroll down in the document then and see what's next. We got a bunch of torches. Okay, so now we're back to some familiar territory. We have a music region. Let's go look for that. That's obviously got to be the boss room here. Kinda. What? Okay, let's see.
This one doesn't have any music attached to it, and it's not referenced in the script, but it is around the boss.
Oh, interesting. I think further down we're gonna find the actual one. Then maybe this is like a redundant, unused one. Okay, so to actually look at this, I'm gonna disable my gravity and walk through the wall, so we get out of bounds and kind of look at this. So we need to go to. It's funny if you watch me play around with debug in Dark Souls 1, you'll see I'm like so much faster at navigating and finding things in there. It's a little A little slower at finding things. One change that they made
Yeah,
was smart for the character menu is when you look at the character list, there's a nested menu for the map that has all the enemies in it, and your character thing, your C0 character model to select yourself, is outside of that. So here in Demon Souls, I have to scroll all the way to the bottom to find myself, but in Dark Souls 1, you're just like outside of it and you find yourself way faster, which is just like a...
You could also just tap up a few times and then round over back to the bottom.
Yeah, you could flow around in the other direction. But yeah, I thought that was kind of funny, kind of interesting that they clearly the developers wanted it to be more convenient for themselves as well.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, so which one is it? Is it one of the is it the spherical one here?
It's the large rectangular region that
It's the
goes
large
roughly through the fog.
Interesting. Okay. So yeah, I'm getting the actual one in the end is going to be the spherical one probably. So we'll see that when we get to that. But yeah,
There's
again,
two of them. There's two boxes there. The one on the bottom is the
that's
actual
that
region I'm looking at right now.
oh, okay, like the...
There's two squares on top of each other with the same dimension. One just has a slightly higher height. The one with the lower height
is the actual
one
music.
we're looking at right now.
Interesting. Okay.
It's the one we're looking at right now.
Oh, the one we're working on now is the shorter one. Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, the above one is not music. It's something else.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
fun. That's fun. So yeah, originally...
And then the music one is elsewhere, right?
Yeah, the music one's got to be that sphere. Oh, I just started the boss fight by accident. Oh, so we get to enjoy the soundtrack.
No, it's the what do you mean the regions? The one we're looking at right now is the actual music.
Is it? It doesn't have a sound linked.
It has an entity ID, and in the script, it plays a point sound effect. And when Belushi Walt just walked into it, it started music.
I can't find 2292 in the script.
Are you looking at MOA_01?
No, I'm not. That's probably the reason. Still have the old one open.
Oh, yeah.
It's all good. But yeah, that is the actual music point one.
Yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah. Yeah.
The one slightly above it is what sets the boss gauge and enables logic and everything. The one with the higher height.
Oh, and we can just like run away and the music keeps playing. That's kind of interesting.
Do you like the forest of regions down there?
Yeah, I'm looking at all that like this. Is that just the previous tutorial area, or do we have a bunch of out-of-bounds stuff in this map too?
That's a bunch of out of bounds.
Yes.
That's not the previous one at all.
Fuck yeah, awesome, let's go. I'm excited about that.
I will say, normally these forest parts and everything don't like render at this part of the map. They actually don't render really anywhere besides the balcony, but I just turned them on because I thought it would be nicer and more visually appealing.
Cool. Awesome.
What's this boss's name?
This is
Vanguard Demon.
Yeah, Vanguard Demon.
Fat Demon,
Yes.
alternatively.
Fat. I don't know why, but when you spell it when you start with the word fat, demon has to be spelled with the A and the E swapped. DAE. I don't know. Is it actually written that way anyway? Yeah, like I don't know. I don't know why in my head like that's the correct spelling if you're gonna start with the word fat.
I think that's just how the auto Google Translate thing, and from a lot of DS1 stuff.
Gotcha.
Does it? It just translates it as Fat Damon.
So 2292 was used after all. That was just the actual.
Yes. Yeah.
boss
That's
stuff.
my
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
So the next 800,000 regions are all out of the map. So
yeah, there's a bunch of info display on. These are more tutorial things.
Oh boy,
tutorial things.
Yeah, this is gonna be difficult to know like which one is which. I don't know.
They function.
We can.
Some of them are
Well,
commented
good
out.
question.
Some of them aren't.
Some of them are.
We can
Some of them.
find out.
Like this first one, 2237, is commented out, so you won't be able to get it to work.
They're also kind of thrown about awkwardly, so maybe it might be better to just pick one and start from there and move around the list, because you start with one at the very beginning of the map, and then the other one is the exact opposite side of the map, and it just is kind of a mess.
If we could start at the one that's closest to the actual map here, this rectangular box, like when I turn around and look at the level, like it's the one just closest to the level.
Okay.
It's one of the highest ones as well.
2249, that is that one.
Okay,
Yeah, that looks right.
2249. I'll scroll down to that one. Of course, I had to pick one that was
that
like
one.
the very end of this.
Displays information as well. This is also a system that they never ended up really utilizing, but the game has the ability to check what your starting job is.
Oh, shit.
Internally, they're called jobs.
Okay.
So, assumedly, as you're walking through the tutorial, it would have popped up something being like, hey, if you're a cleric, you have the ability to cast miracles and stuff like that. I will reference the script data real quick and see if I can find what text would have popped up here.
Oh, cool.
It's like 8100400.
Yep, it's nulled out in the English text, but I will check the others and see if I can find anything else in there.
Yes, this is checking if your job type is Magi.
Yes.
That's cool. Sabo Tower in chat says every character in Demon Souls is canonically employed. Capitalism strikes again. That's funny.
Getting slightly distracted by something because I'm wondering if I can. Yes. Here's a fun little thing I can just paste into the chat. Never mind. That's over 177 characters too much.
Oh boo! I wish I could give you like a custom privileges to post more text in chat, but it won't even let me do that.
Yeah, I was thinking about that in some of the previous streams because I was trying to explain stuff to people in chat, and it's like, man, the YouTube text chat length is really short. Like in Twitch, you can type some gigantic paragraph, which is has some downsides, but here it's like I can barely get 2 sentences out.
Yeah, I get it being shorter by default, but yeah, I really wish I could whitelist certain users to just be able to post like a much larger block of text. That'd be nicer.
If you are wondering what all of the different jobs are in this little system, it goes low soldier, low knight, hunter, cleric, shaman, neat, mercenary, thief, temple knight, nobleman.
What was there one called neat? Did you say?
There's one called neat, yeah, N-E-E-T.
Unemployed. Hell yeah! Maybe that was like their deprived equivalent or something at that point in time or something. That's pretty incredible. I love that. That's fun.
Checking the event text, see if I have anything here. I've lost where I am. Help, 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 help. I found where I am.
Cool.
Yeah, okay. This is the text for that. That's what that says there. That's what it pops up when you step into it.
Oh, okay. It's telling you that you can change your toggle your magic, your currently equipped spell. Interesting. That is neat. That would be nice to have like in the tutorial. I think that shows up in the pro tip pit probably. I think there's something in there about swapping your spells in the Nexus pile of messages. But it would be cool. A more fleshed out tutorial would dynamically recognize your starting class and just say, not bother with explanation if you're not a magic user. Which is funny because if you're not a magic user, you could still get spells, you know? So maybe that's why they decided to not bother, because like later on you can be casting spells or you just level up your int a bit or whatever.
Yeah, but you think when you're like actively using those magic systems,
it's more important.
You kind of be able to figure out, though. It's more important to start. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, it still would have been a good idea. So
that's like, why isn't this working for you? But you're probably not the right job. So yeah, it's not going to show you anything.
Oh, would it have shown something if I was actually?
Yeah, it would have, I think.
Yeah, I don't see anything that would. I mean, it would probably just display text name or whatever.
Are we gonna find different boxes for all the starting classes, or no? Is it only like magic users and faith users have special? Because they wouldn't need to, like a knight probably doesn't.
There should be special things here, or not special things here, like
Just-
how to change weapons and stuff like that.
Oh.
Check the now job type section.
Oh yeah, soldier. I forgot what this
I
class
think.
is called, but
Not sure.
I think they only check for 4, which are defined at the very top of the list. But I don't know.
it's like part of me. I don't think it's worth that because I could like create a new character through the main game or whatever, and like just run to this area and as a magic user and see if it displays.
You could do that, yeah.
You know, fuck it. Yeah, let's do it.
It won't display text because the actual text data is toggle app existence, but it will do the like
The pausing, thing.
Does this pause?
Yeah, it says Lua pause tutorial.
Yeah, it will pause and do the little pop-up thing.
Yeah. Let's try to get that to happen because that'd be funny. Title list, is that?
There
we go.
From self debug server.
Cool.
Is what you want to click on.
All right, we got new game. We're gonna be magician. I think that's what they wanted. Yeah, magician for that.
Do you want us to check real quick and make sure?
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
Okay.
While you're doing that, I can. It's actually been forever since I've looked at the preset characters here.
Oh, I see. So actually, how they do this, and it does work for each, apparently. They basically took each job type and categorized them into 4 different ones.
Mm-hmm.
So if you were a basically, let me just actually see if I can just post this in the chat so like people can read it. But it looks for your job type and it just assigns whatever job you are to a different category. So if you're like a soldier or if you're a low soldier or a low knight, it will assign you to that specific category.
Gotcha. They're grouping them together, which makes sense because it would be probably like swap weapon for like a melee focused, and then so it seems like they would probably group magician and like priest together or something like that. Hoshi was asking, do you have an idea of which map we will do next? So yeah, M802 would be next, exactly.
If we were moving on to the beta tutorial maps, it would be M99, 99, 10, but
yeah, I think
I don't believe we're doing that because some slight issues, but after this should be M02.
Exactly, yeah. After we finish M802, we'd move on to M0200.
Yep. And then 3, 4, 5, 6, and then beta stuff.
Yeah.
And then 7.
Oh, I just started the game with the magician, so hopefully that was right. But
you'll be fine.
Cool. Did I play Journey to Nexus? Yes, that's why we're here.
They also do another thing here where, depending on your job type, it deletes a bunch of messages in the map. So, like all the blood messages on the ground, if you weren't a magician, it wouldn't pop up for you unless, like, so it could be more specific per person stuff.
Yeah, that's pretty neat. I can take a shortcut here with my walk through wall ability.
Oh yeah, I do need to set up.
Souls.
Do you want to run through the Shrine of Storm maps too and things? There's not really.
Oh.
I mean, there's regions in the 99 ones, but.
I forget, like, are you talking about like
doesn't really have any regions?
The unused like area before the Shrine of Storms or whatever?
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, I can
Yeah.
I can set that up so you can run through it if you want to, but there's not really any regions there. It's just kind of a cool place.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah,
But since this is a data mining stream, why not?
that'd be sick when we get there.
Okay. And I'll also see if I have time and set up the 99 map version of Shrine of Storms, so you can poke around there and see all the ginormous boxes interclining into each other and take 20 minutes trying to figure out what you're looking at.
Mm-hmm.
One of these days, I gotta finish my Shrine of Storms restoration thing too. I have like, we were closer up to the boss that you want to go towards.
Yeah. Let me go on
But
the wrong
I do
way.
have like, just staying on my computer, a random piece of the first level of Shrine of Storms, just kind of put together and everything, and it's in a somewhat playable state, but I got other stuff going on.
Understood. I'm excited for that.
Yeah. Million Limit first. That stuff can wait.
Okay. All right. So let's make myself immune to gravity again. It's character manager. Let's select myself at the bottom. Havoc and disable gravity. All right. Moment of truth. Let's see what we get here. Fall in small chunks so I don't die from fall damage. Yay, it worked. Yeah, pause the game.
Yep.
We got the question dialogue question. That's so cool to see that it's class specific. That is actually really neat. Because we don't have anything like that in Demon Souls or Dark Souls 1, and I don't.
It's in Dark Souls 1.
Is it in Dark Souls 1? Is there?
They disable item corpses depending on if you have a third item or not. So it's in Dark Souls 1.
That's what they do, because they do disable. Because if you cast magic or whatever, you're gonna have a third weapon item corpse like up outside the boss.
Or if you have a bow.
Or if you have a bow as well. Yeah. Yeah, because you have like the starting hallway with like your shield and your weapon, but if you're casting spells, you need to pick up your third thing right outside the entrance to the Asylum Demon. That is cool. I was thinking of that earlier. I was trying to think if there's anything else class specific, but it would. I think that would literally be it. Just your starting pickup corpse thingy.
George, we do. I sent it just a moment ago. It's for selecting, like, pressing up on the D-pad, switch between what spell you're using. I will resend it, though.
Yeah, so it'd be telling me right here. That's what I learned. Like, oh, I can do Flame Toss or Water Veil.
Yeah.
Very cool.
This changes literally everything. All right, are you wanting to go back to Debug Man, or are you going to stay on?
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go back to Debug Manager, which I don't think I have a way of getting there without just quitting the game, which is fine.
Hypothetically, there is a way to get there.
There actually was in Dark Souls that I learned after the fact. Meow was explaining it to me, and I don't know if it's in here still. Oh, hold on, stream might die again for a second. Sorry, stream.
I don't think it's in Demon Souls, but there is a like to do it through debug menu, but there is a it's a command in the Lua code to kick you back to the debug menu like screen.
Gotcha. Oh yeah, it's doing that weird choppy thing. So stream's gonna be dead on and off for maybe like 10 or 15 seconds. Sorry about that, chat. Okay, I think stream is maybe back, maybe. Again, it's just something that's happening every now and again for some reason. The emulator is being weird. Yeah, chat saying stream dead. Stream dead. It should be coming back. It's not my internet. It's something very glitchy with the emulator where it's just like stuttering hardcore, and while it's doing that, it's stuttering like everything on my computer, so like it breaks the stream for some reason. So at least it's not the internet. All right, we're gonna fire up the game again, and it might happen again in a second.
Goodbye, everyone. Goodbye.
Yeah. So apologies if it happens again in a moment here. Yeah, just hang tight for like 20 seconds if it happens again. Okay, we're gonna get back to. Ooh, and let me scroll out of there. Okay.
We're back.
We're back. Oh, nice. System-wide process interrupts. Very cool. Yeah, exactly. How's the game audio compared to like voice? Like, is this obnoxiously loud compared to me talking? Because it sounds loud to me, but I don't know if that's like. Let's see what chat says about that.
Well, if you're barely audible, then that's probably not a good sign for me.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Unless I fix things.
Chat seems fine. So yeah, like hopefully the game sound effects aren't like overpowering my voice as I speak right now. A bit loud. Yeah, I'll put it down another notch. We'll target volume 2. That works. Oh, it was okay.
So, better safe than sorry, right?
Yeah. All right. So, what? Oh yeah. Let me get back to that out of bounds area again. I like that there's some loose bricks in the hallway that you can kick around. That's fun.
To be fair, bricks used to fall on your head.
Yes. Yeah. At least they're not doing that anymore.
It does. Not to continually bring up the like beta stuff I got working, but it does work in there.
Oh, that's awesome.
It doesn't do damage because it's just a like havoc fix simulation, but it does fall on you and stuff. It is funny though because a lot of those events are written where it's like, oh, when the player or a snake man walks through this, then this happens.
Oh, that's great. Let's see. All right, so we're back here. We're back in business. Character manager. Disable gravity.
Is it worth physically walking to a lot of these because they're kind of stacked on top of each other?
Yeah, probably not. I'll just poke my head out and we can just kind of just look generally at them. I think that works. And I forgot I got to do resource. Hopefully for the last time, param manager. Move param. And change our backstep animation to walking through fog gates.
If you'd like, I can continue to like just go in order and write down the like get the text that pops up that's only in the original like Japanese text files.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay.
So we'll walk to this one that's nearest to this, I suppose. So we're just getting towards the pack here. So this one's a little bit lower than some of the others here, which is fine.
That's funny.
And do we know which number this other one is here, closest to this other one?
Sorry.
Oh yeah. Sorry.
The one that's slightly down more to the ground where you're at next to.
Yeah. So
or...
good. Yeah, we're going back to the ones that are like closest to being inbounds in the level. So the one that we just identified, and now I'm going to the next one that's closest to it, to the last one we identified.
Oh. 2243, I think.
2243.
Not 2243. Wasn't that just one we just? Wasn't 2243 the one we just did?
No, we did 2249.
Oh yeah, we did 2249. At least it registered for me when I was the mage walking in there. Yeah, because I think this one was 2249. This.
Yeah, 2249 is the switch magic trigger area. Is the translator?
Okay. This is for two-handing then.
Gotcha.
Right. I mean,
Uh,
this is the actual like text that pops up when you run into it.
Oh, after weapon switch magic attack. Oh, that's interesting. So it's just telling you how to equip your catalyst or whatever. Interesting. Oh yeah, I see here. So yeah, change weapon magic trigger area. 2242. You said it was Hot Pocket?
22. Look at it again.
2243.
2243.
Oh, 2243. Oh yeah, that's right. That's the one I just clicked on. Duh. Okay, yeah. Okay, that's good. Okay, and then what the heck is, how do I describe this? At least maybe if you have the Discord stream and you're able to see. Taking a detour out to the left from this perspective before we get to the dense pack of them, there's another like rectangular box over here.
Yeah, that's 2241.
Okay. Let's see what the heck that.
Yeah.
Change weapon. So that should work for me currently, probably, actually. I would imagine that my class is participating in that. Let's see.
Yeah, this checks to see if you're a class soldier or whatever goes into that.
Yep. Yeah, it worked as soon as I fell into it. Perfect. Yay, something that applies to our class.
One example of like what I was talking about earlier, where it's like, oh, if you are a mercenary, or like, for your example, since you are a knight, this is the little if statement that it does to check and assign your new thing.
Oh, cool. Cool. Job low knight. Yeah. If that is true, then print that. That's cool.
Yeah. If you're wondering, the soldier class like archetype is for mercenary, low soldier, low knight, and neat. Then there is the Han, which is for hunter and thief. Magi for shaman and nobleman, and I'm tipping my pronunciation. The last one is for temple knight and cleric.
Gotcha. Cool. Yeah. So I guess the next one we could look at is if we turn around like we're approaching the pack of messages again, but we do this one that's closest on the right side of this now. So it's not the highest up, but it's
2244. I think that's the one you're talking about.
Yeah, I think so.
It's just for if you are Han type.
Gotcha. Yeah, it's because it's not triggering anything for me now walking into it.
Yeah.
Although...
And this is for aiming with your bow.
Ah, okay.
I believe. Which I mainly just got because it says view change in it, but this is the text that pops up.
Ah, okay. Switch equipment and bow stance. Very cool. I am going to change my walk through foggy animation to be the one that climbs.
7-4-15.
Where the heck? I'm not paying attention. A move param. Just so we have the option to go up and down again. And oh yeah, but to go down, I needed to go back to the Havoc menu. And there we go. Yeah, this looks like a pain in the ass to untangle all of this shit over here. So the two highest boxes in this area in the dense pack, there's
the one closest to you is 2251. The one directly behind it is 2247.
Cool. Yeah, what are these? I'm in 2251 currently.
This is for like cleric things. This is the text in it.
Okay, yes, switching miracles, trigger area, and yeah, directional key up, miracle switch. Very cool. And what the heck is this other one kind of overlapping behind it?
It's an amazing question. Switching to your bow, I think, or something. I don't know. It's for. I think it's for aiming again. I think it's for what you're doing while you are aiming, actually.
Oh, gotcha.
Like when you're in bow stance.
Gotcha. Neat. And then, okay, so I'm gonna keep like approaching from the original direction. So I'm gonna kind of like back up, look at this pack again, and then I'm gonna drop a little bit and go to the one that's like closest to us, that's like below them.
Okay, 2246, the one that's like kind of directly below them, close to it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and that one also is at 2246. Is that shooting bows? It says, I think.
Yeah, I think that's. I am really sorry to throw so many things.
Yeah,
like, hey, you want to translate this, by the way? But yes, this is for firing an arrow, I believe. I don't mean to be just throwing the chat where it's just like, yeah, here's a bunch of random IDs and stuff.
Yeah. No, it's cool. It's good having that reference.
It's what the people are here for, I guess.
Hell yeah. And I'm sure we're kind of just somewhat tediously going through all stuff that like will kind of make sense, but I'm curious if we're going to find anything completely out of pocket in here that's just like where we don't even know what it is, or if the Japanese text is missing on one of them or something. Yeah, and Hoshi was saying not much to translate on these since they all translate pretty simply, so that's good. That's good.
I mean, judging by a lot of these, it doesn't seem like there's anything in here that's really
like interesting or fancy. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we're finding tutorial cut content in a tutorial. It's tutorializing gameplay, so it's not really like that crazy. Yeah, I think judging by the translations of the actual like regions, the only one that looks neat to me is the Wall of Light one, but that's probably just going to be like, hey, guess what? Sometimes you run into a checkpoint, and that's kind of it.
Yeah.
But I can find that real quick. That's
so I'm kind of curious then, because the other things that look interesting to me are the ones that are like just very differently shaped. Because I think we can probably skip past these other three that are back here, right? Like, one of them worked on me. One of them did trigger the pause. So something else worked on my class, in these two that are back here, that are overlapped. Something here worked. Oh yeah, a couple of them are working with my class now again. In the back of this pack.
I think a lot of these are like generic.
Yeah, there's how to use items, how to switch items, how to write a sign, etc.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right, so yeah, so the ones I'm most curious about now that are floating out here is what the fuck is this really, really long one? Like, what if that's below all of them?
Oh, the giant cube.
Yeah,
that one.
The long skinny one. Yeah,
The really long one is item use.
really.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm sure that'll probably successfully pause me then. Yep. And then the other thing is we have a few points out here, which I find fascinating. So this one's a message. Blood message question mark. I'm going to run to all these messages. We have several messages floating out here. I'm going to go to all of them. Blood message. Here, I'll run through this while I'm down here. Yeah, it's another generic message thing that works.
Judging by some of the like translated names of these messages, it seems like after making these versions, which were like characters specific for a lot of things, they just started placing down regions instead that basically gives you the exact same information. But for everybody, where it's like, oh, you can use your D-pad to switch your magic and your items instead of having it pop up only if you are like having magic and pausing the game for it. Also, I could see why a lot of these were removed because they're explaining like concepts and mechanics that are very self-explanatory. The one for like illusory walls, which are just called walls of light. Those, like the little fog walls in the map, when you walk up to them, it gives you the pop-up so you know what button to press because it's visible on your screen. There's not really a point for there to be a tutorial that says when you are near a wall of light, you can press the circle button to open it.
Yeah, exactly. You press this button to like open a door or walk through it. It's like, yeah, you already give me a prompt every time I interact with something like that. So, yeah, makes sense to get rid of that. Cool. So yeah, I think we're done with that out of bounds stuff floating out there. So we will scroll down. Interesting tutorial, blood writing, all of this stuff.
I believe this is inbounds.
Yeah, I was
Some of these are inbounds.
Okay.
3, 6, 7, 6, 7. And yeah, 3, 6, and 7 are all out of bounds, but the rest are still inbound.
Okay, so let's go back and I'm going the wrong way. I'm like looking at the spreadsheet while I run around and getting lost. Oh yeah, because it's right here.
Imagine how it feels for us.
Yeah.
2, 4, 5. I will look.
Okay, so yeah, strong attack is accounted for. That's the earliest one in the level. Parry is accounted for. That's the next one in the level. The parry one explains how to riposte afterwards. So yeah, I think parry attack. That's why we're gonna find that one getting yeeted out of bounds probably.
Saying they encourage it might just be like trying to repeat it, where it's like, hey, you should really do this because it's good for you.
Wheeled weapon, switch to two-handing. Triangle is that one's inbounds as well. That's wheeled weapon with both hands / release. And let's see. Next one is change weapon and change item. So switching equipment. Yeah, that one's inbounds as well.
We're really finding some amazing things today, aren't we?
Right.
This really changes everyone's understanding of the game as a whole.
Wait, I'm a little confused. Are there any more that are inbounds? Did I miss some? Or were the
There
rest...
should be 2 more.
2 more. Let's see, which ones did I miss?
I think.
8 and 9.
Yeah.
I was like, those are in the room with the archer and the other like wooden bridges going across.
Let's see. Did I miss that?
So you probably looked at those ones. 9 is on the stairs themselves, and
Oh, do these only...
is
Are these actually...
you're on the wrong job. Yeah, you have to play a different job to have it pop
These are
up.
actually in-game contextual as well. So there we go. Okay, cool. Yeah, because I can see the points for them, but they're not loading. Yeah, one's right down here, and the other one's up here on the stairs
that's both of
itself.
them.
Okay, cool. So then it's the rest we're missing. Parry attack. Is that floating out of bounds? Or are those the ones that I looked at that were floating out that they don't... The text doesn't work anymore and they say blood message now? Or do they actually work and they're just out of bounds somewhere and I missed them?
1 and 2.
Yeah.
Like strong attack and parry. Those are at the very start of the map.
Oh no, I mean number 3, like parry attack. Like, is there something that's like, actually working somewhere, or are those the floating blood message
that's
ones
out of bounds.
Let's see.
Yeah, 3, 6, and 7 are the ones over in that cluster with all the messages or message boxes that we were looking at before.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah. I was reading them. Yeah, they don't have working normal text when I try interacting with them now. They just
Correct.
say
No, they don't.
question mark blood message. Gotcha. Cool. Yeah, so we can mark that as cut content as well. Fascinating. All right, let's scroll down the document. All right, here we go. Fatty Demon BGM. So now I'm confused because we did find the music thing being used before.
That's the sphere that's unused.
Yeah, so I had it backwards. The sphere is unused.
The sphere is unused. Gotcha. So I'm not going to go out of bounds to look at the sphere again because we saw it a good amount before earlier in the stream. So that's funny.
Do you want to go to the ladder?
I do want to go to the ladder, though. Hell yeah. Even though we did talk about it, but I got to point it out, and I do have something to say about it.
Do I need to explain how ladders work in Demon Souls?
Yeah, at least the overview, because it's kind of interesting because they don't work the same anymore in Dark Souls 1. In Dark Souls 1, we would not find... So there's a cut ladder right here. We're seeing an unused interaction for the bottom of the ladder and an unused interaction for the top of the ladder, which is kind of insane. Whereas in Dark Souls 1, I mean, apparently ladders are still insane in Dark Souls 1. I think kingbore can attest to that. But at least they're not doing this, where like you have to have a region at the top and bottom of it. Yeah, so what's the deal?
So ladders in Demon Souls are basically just the same thing as Dark Souls 1, but Dark Souls 1 truncates a lot of the actual script into like singular commands and just generally makes everything a lot nicer.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're working in... It's EMEVD, right? For DS1?
Yes.
Okay. In this, there are set regions for the top and bottom, and those act as the interaction points. After the player selects to climb up or down, the game then puts them into a separate action, which changes the, like, you know, what pressing forward on the stick does. It changes what animation it goes to. It then has to calculate how many rungs are on the ladder, so it knows when the animation should switch to the climb off animation.
Mm-hmm.
And that's pretty much it, to be honest. When you boil it down, it's really not that complicated, but the actual script for it is a bit of a mess to look at if you don't know what you're looking for.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not that much more complicated than how other stuff generally goes in Demon Souls.
No,
it just looks really wacky.
I do, from like a game design perspective, I do think a ladder should have been here. It is interesting that you have this broken scaffolding, and looking back at it now, that you can just walk off of it and realizing, oh, well, the reason this is here is they were going to have a ladder here. But it's a small circular room, so I think it would have been a good moment for the player to say, like, oh, sometimes I'm going to have more than one angle of approach on these enemies, you know?
It's a very good tutorial room for why ladders exist, because typically in most areas in Demon Souls, ladders aren't required to get around.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that really pushes the idea that you can just go up a different route and you don't always have to do this, but this can be faster.
Yeah, Dingy Charlatan in chat says you can literally see a flat spot where the ladder would go. Yeah, the beams are a little broken and uneven, but there's a flat spot in the center. Absolutely. Now, the other observation I was going to make here, oh, and I can display it, duh, because I'm in debug, that I thought was kind of interesting. Again, the video will probably be a ways off, but I mentioned in the past that I got a little sidetracked working on my site video, but I did start researching for a Demon Souls video at some point in the future. I will make a video on Demon Souls Invisible Walls at some point. And sure enough, because you can't jump in Demon Souls, so they're a little less aggressive with invisible walls in places. If you have like a really steep staircase that you could maybe like run off and like fall into another part of the map, that's where they usually, again, protect things with invisible walls. But also here,
the soup.
They were a little afraid. Oh yeah, the soup is covered up. That's one thing as well. But also they didn't want you finding a way and rolling through this gap here. Just because there's that higher elevation. Again, anytime there's a higher elevation next to somewhere they don't want you being able to like roll off and get out of bounds, this is covered up. So I should be able to see that if I go into the hit. And then it's going to be somewhere in, yeah, right here. Literally right here. Ta-da! So that's what the collision there actually looks like, because they're terrified of the player doing some stupid shit right here like this, like just trying to roll toward that and getting in trouble. So I thought that was fun, because they actually don't do that. The reason I find that interesting is like, oh, well, maybe they protect a lot of the boards like that. They absolutely do not. The collisions for a lot of these boards are just literally exactly what they look like. So it's funny going through the level and finding like one solid wall here. So that shows a very deliberate placement because of the scaffolding up there.
Because the debug view is rendering low collision, right? Or is it rendering high?
I think
I'm assuming low.
I think by default when you hover over it, it's low and it shows as green. But when you go into the more, then you can do low and high here separately. So yeah, low is like this mustardy one, and then high is green when I properly go into the high option here.
Okay, I was just gonna say, because another thing with low collision is because it's usually just like, you know, it's a simplified version of the original model of how they want the player to be able to move around, because it acts as a direct actual hit collision.
Mm-hmm.
Just putting a plane for a wall instead of caring about all the different pieces of scaffolding holding up together just makes it easier.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, they're obviously the one's player moving through it, but
yeah. But yeah,
in my head.
But yeah, they did do that for the earlier scaffolding, which is what I find funny. Like, yeah, because this is the low collision for the earlier scaffolding, which does match the actual shape of it, which is very funny to me. Like, this looks like they're risking things here a little bit. But again, you don't have a jump button in Demon Souls, so I guess they knew it would be fine, and it apparently was. So.
They sadly deleted the jump mechanic. They gotta bring it back.
Yeah. All right. So what do we have next here? So yeah, we got the top and bottom of the ladder. Boss starts moving. Event trigger. Is that just going to be something like just by the fog gate? I'm guessing thing that wakes up the boss, probably.
I'm real quick typing up. Let's do that real quick on the spreadsheet.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, this is the slightly higher region outside of it that I poked at earlier. This is the actual This enables the AI for the boss and everything for it to fight.
That's cool. Yeah, I won't walk out of bounds to look at that again since we already know, and we can see this it right here as well. And boss entrance SFX. I'm guessing that's the yellow point prism for the fog gate, probably.
Yep.
Cool.
And the one right beneath it is the interaction for it. It's the little cube.
Yeah, enter boss room event trigger area. Yep.
And the one right beneath that is the turn character point. So your character directly like does a little spin.
Yeah, faces the right direction.
Walk cleanly in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I forget. Is that the blue cylinder?
It's the blue cylinder slightly ahead of the fog gate in the actual arena.
Yeah. Cool. All right. So it looks like we're onto some area sound effects then. Strong wind. Where the heck is there strong wind? That's got to be. Is that out on the balcony? Is that like technically unused or like maybe
it is on the balcony? Yes.
Excellent. So I'm guessing it probably works, but just like doesn't.
I mean, you can walk out there.
Yeah, we'll take a look.
I will say, as you are walking that way, the one right after it is the fog wall that you went through earlier. Not the boss one, but the only other fog wall on the map. That's
gotcha.
That's the soup room wall.
Gotcha.
I'm gonna mark that down actually, so it's just like complete.
All right, game sound effects are about to get obnoxiously loud for a second. Sorry, chat, as I walk around. It doesn't sound that much different. Okay, Demon Souls, whatever. Yeah, if we listen carefully, we don't hear a wind sound. And then we go out on the balcony. Yeah, it's all windy and stuff. We can still call this cut content. It does work. It's not that this region is not working, but this is not a bounds area that doesn't normally exist or render. Like, you know, so I'm okay with calling the strong wind cut content. We could never get here normally. This unused balcony area.
Next one is really funny. You gotta start walking back towards the boss arena.
Okay.
A bit. It is a very beautiful balcony. I do like this view a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, like how they recycled some of the distant buildings for Stonefang, which is fun. Which I actually can't remember if I pointed that out in my demonstration of it in the Demon Souls compare through, or if I was intending to save that for the. Oh no, maybe if I didn't talk about it in the first video, then I would have talked about it in the Stonefang one at some point. I was thinking, I was going to save that for when I get the Stonefang. I forgot I did the video on Stonefang. Jesus. Wall of Light dummy asset countermeasure. What the heck are we looking at here?
So go out the wall to the left of you.
Okay. Let me make sure my gravity is turned back off. Oh, is it this weird box by itself over here?
No, actually it is a point.
Oh.
And it is down a lot. Like a lot and to your left.
Interesting. I wonder if
it's kind of just in the void, actually.
Oh, I see it. I think I see it. Yeah, let me, let's get a little closer. It's gonna take a while, but it's worth it. It's funny.
Sorry if I'm talking through this a lot really quickly, by the way, Hot Pocket.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah, I see a point way down there. I think I see something. Again, this is one of those things that it maybe barely renders for the stream. Let me know what you think, chat. Can you see this thing that I'm looking at? As it slowly comes into view.
It is vaguely visible for me.
Excellent. Yeah, it's slowly becoming more visible.
Kind of there, yeah. It's at 100, -200, -200.
I wish we had working like teleport stuff in the debug. That's all right.
That'd be cool. But no, they must have put this down for an event because they just wanted something tied to the map they could use, and then just put in some random values to put it like as far away as possible.
We're gonna make it there. I might be taking fall damage on some of these. I gotta be careful that I don't die on the way there. Let's see. Because again, the no dead, all that stuff doesn't work in the Demon Souls debug, unfortunately. I could just drag my HP back up to full if that's happening though. That's why I'm taking a series of baby falls. Yeah, there we go. I'm sure people can see that in the stream now, but let's keep getting closer.
Ever inching closer, it's the -200 goal because you're still like 80 meters away from it.
Use grass. Did I pick any up? Ah, denied. I didn't know what to expect. I'm like, I don't remember if I actually picked one up or not at some point. There we go. There we go. There's the lad. Have I avoided fall damage every time? I only took fall damage like once. Okay. Wow, amazing content. Spending 20 minutes getting to getting to this yellow prism. Again, Wall of Light dummy asset countermeasure. That's so confusing. Like, I don't know, like, what... Do you have any idea, like, what that might have been for?
Well, it's tied to fog walls because it says Wall of Light.
Wall of Light, yeah.
Dummy asset countermeasure. I'm assuming dummy asset refers to the object itself just being outside of the map. What the countermeasure could have been, I don't know. It's possible at some point in development they were having issues with fog walls. And this object did something to affect that and resolve the issue at least temporarily before it was actually fixed.
Mm-hmm. That's fun.
But no, this is just weird.
Yeah. That
has an SFX attached to it, or an SFX references it in some way.
Doesn't SFX reference it?
I think. Am I looking at the right thing? Maybe not.
Let me go to a different copy and check real quick. Make sure. It does have an SFX referencing it, yes.
Huh.
Whose name is identical.
It has an entity ID, but it doesn't have anything tied to it. The collision that it is tied to is the main hallway before the boss's collision.
That makes sense. Being for the fog gate.
That's the same effect ID as the general fog gate.
My only thought is it's like if you go into the boss room far enough, the actual fog wall would like unload or something. So, hey, here's this other one that's not actually the fog wall, but is loaded further in so that it doesn't lose rendering.
Oh.
I mean, if that was the case, I don't know why it would be -200 away.
Well, I forgot. So in the original prototype version of the level, there was going to be an exit in the boss room. So
there is, yes, but that wasn't a fog gate.
Right, it was just it was a gate. It
was a portcullis.
Yeah. Still, it makes me wonder the fact that there was going to be a back exit that could have been the need for like another fog gate potentially. I don't know if they were going to do the thing where like a fog gate would have doubled up over the portcullis, or like a redundancy kind of thing, or like while the fight was happening.
Personally, the vibes I get from this are closer to what Hot Pockets is saying, but I don't think it was exactly to like keep, like if you move further in this one direction to keep it loaded in, because that shouldn't matter theoretically. I think it's probably just stored in memory, for whatever purpose of it, just to have the like SFX loaded immediately. The fact that it's the same like collision is a bit strange. But it also is just like, I don't know, it could have been just there for testing purposes. But specifically countermeasure and everything is kind of weird.
Right.
Something must have been going wrong for them to put another fog gate just away from the map so the player can't see it, but have it into memory and everything.
So what the heck is inside? The next thing down on the list is that
these are markers, like where your character is at for sounds.
Gotcha. Yeah, I figured because there's a bit of like a rumbling, like a torch sound.
Yeah, this box encompasses this entire map.
Not the entire map, everything but the balcony.
Not the balcony.
Oh yeah, and we did hear like a kind of like general rumbling environmental sound that cut out. That was the wind sound when we went out on the balcony, I believe. So, yeah. So it's just like an area sound. That's fine. And then scrolling down the list.
Collapsing ceilings.
Collapsing ceilings. Yeah, that's the thing I'm going to be interested in here. So
we have two of those.
Yes. There's one right
in the main like hallway with the first knight you run into. Well, second actually.
Yes, this was going to be a collapsing ceiling. Is it this like rectangular box just kind of like taking up this huge chunk of the hallway?
Yep, it's that one.
Neat, that makes sense. I will take a step out of bounds just to kind of see the whole shape of the box here.
So originally, this would have played a Remo.
Yes.
Where upon walking into the region, it does all the model stuff for the ceiling. There are unused objects, which are used in the tutorial of, if you look up at the ceiling in that room, you can see kind of holes in different spots in it where these objects would have slid in as bricks. But in the cutscene, if the player walks down the hallway, they have their like logic disabled and are completely stopped from moving, and then it starts a cutscene, and the ceiling collapses. The player walks forward and gets crushed by the ceiling and dies.
Yeah,
and that's
I've got
the whole thing.
I've got it playing right here. Wow.
Oh, nice.
Which it's just very confusing to know like how that would have been implemented, right? Because like you can see again in the Lance's like early footage that it does show some stuff falling from the ceiling, but like you said, it's kind of like a physicsy like bricks falling from the ceiling. You don't see the cutscene in Lance's video, so it's like, how would they determine to play
the physicsy stuff? Is an older version of it.
Okay.
That type of stuff, I don't believe this Remo exists in the tutorial like beta. But originally it did just fall on you. And it just runs a very basic like Havoc physics simulation for it to go.
Right. So it's kind of interesting to see like, it's like, well then how would it be avoidable? How would you not die from it? Like I like what
That's
were
what's
that
always confused me too.
Right. Like yeah, like I don't understand the implementation, which I mean explains why it was cut. But it'd be very fun if it was like, if your HP is below a certain amount, so that you don't survive it falling on you, then the Remo gets like what directions could they have taken that in to have a cutscene that guarantees your death at this point versus being able to get past it. Like I don't understand what the goal was, and they probably didn't either. So that's why it's no longer in the game. Vitya in the chat said shoot a bow with it. Like break it in advance. Yeah. So it's very funny to think that like just walking through here, as soon as you cross this line, you get a cutscene of you dying from the ceiling falling on you. But it's incredibly funny.
I think a large part of it is just trying to make the player more cautious of the environment around them. If it would have killed them 100% of the time, and from the original version of this like type of the game as a whole, where you kind of just start from the beginning like this and have to continue rerunning through it, it's possible that after the fact of dying this way, because it's completely unavoidable in this hallway, they would have opened up the portcullis at the very start. So it's like, oh, I have a different route I can take, and this will allow me to avoid it, because it does allow you to avoid it completely. I do like the idea of it if you're at low enough health, it does just crush and kill you, which makes you have to, refine your gameplay better and not get damaged so much by enemies.
Right.
The second brick falling section is right before the boss.
Yes. Yeah. Let's run,
in that last little hallway.
Yeah, we'll run up there now as well.
The interesting thing about this one is the region is much smaller and doesn't encompass the entire room. So it gives me the vibe that they were trying to have the player recognize, oh, those bricks in the ceiling look like they may be able to fall. I'm going to walk around the sides of it. And since these regions are set up to not only, like, at least in the original files, are set up to not only damage the player, but also enemies, it makes me feel like, okay,
yeah, it would have been
this next
right
soldier
here.
walks towards me, it gets crushed by this, and I'm okay because I was smart.
Yeah.
That's the region there.
Yeah, it's the region right here. It's the hole in the ceiling. I don't know if their place, if the missing object for the loose bricks is actually perfectly aligned with that hole. I don't remember. I want to say like it's like offset and a little closer to where I'm standing, but maybe not.
If you want, since I did get that stuff working for you, the second map should be working in its entirety. If you would like to try and load into it and run over to that just to show it off right now, you can do that.
Oh, sure. Yeah, let's give that a shot.
Did we finish all the last region point is just for after you defeat the boss, by the way.
Okay, yeah. So yeah,
it's the archstone
we
stuff.
don't have to look at that. Ooh, look at this weird alternate prototype version of the map.
You see a pop-up that says disable regions, I would click it. If it doesn't pop up, oh well. It didn't. Okay.
Gotcha. Hey, look at that. Yeah. So that's like a non-cutscene version of like maybe if they added a hitbox that would have triggered independently of like the physics of the bricks, like not actually damaging you or something. They would have had to add like a hitbox or something. I don't know.
Yeah, there are ways they could have done it better.
Yeah. So there we go. As we get some bricks falling on us, and then this next one, I think this is the one you see in Lance's video. I think this is the one that you see show up for a second. The one outside the boss room. Yeah. See, it's like they're not actually aligned with like they're not covering the hole, which I guess they don't need to. The hole indicates that there are it's already in disarray. But we're gonna walk into this. Yeah, let's go. Oh no, they actually did like fall from where the hole is though. That's fun. I love that. Yeah, that is very silly. Yeah, because if it did fully work and it hurt you somehow, they wouldn't tie it to the physics, right? They're not gonna calculate for like the equivalent of a ragdoll making contact with your model and hurting you. They would have just flashed like a hitbox like in the region, or they would have found some way to
it would have been less resource intensive.
It would have been less resource intensive, yeah, than like tracking every loose brick that's actually falling. Hell no, they were not going to do that. Yeah, that is super cool. I love that. You love to see it.
If you like as well, you can also go and kill Vanguard Demon, and the actual like script and everything works for that.
Let's go take a look.
This is partially just me showing off my work at this point, but
hell yeah,
I'm allowed. should have given you my armor model.
I was not expecting the gate to go down instead of up. I like that.
Yeah, it goes down.
Yeah, that's cute.
Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, that's neat. I assumed the gate was going to go up. I like that. That's a fun little touch. Yeah, this is the unused exit that would have led us straight to... Oh, you put the loading transitions in. Okay, yeah, you did good work. You did great work here. That's cool.
All the loading transitions work, actually.
That is sick.
Not sure if the textures load on this one. I mean, I'm waiting for your stream to catch up, but if they did, cool. If they didn't, don't blame me.
Hopefully the loading works. It's been in the loading screen for a little while here, but fingers crossed.
Did you install the MSB I sent for the third map?
Yeah, I did install all of them. But again, maybe it's that weird issue, like that one texture wasn't loading, so we'll worry about that later. I'll go ahead and restart.
Yeah. When we actually get to this part, we'll do some actual testing beforehand. I kind of just threw these files at Leisure Wall a bit ago at you. Sorry, so I was speaking to chat for a second.
Oh no, that's fine.
But,
yeah, makes sense to me.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. If you ever thought to yourself, I wonder how Demon Souls loads textures. It's basically there are TPF binders that contain all the textures for a map within its general map folder. And whatever collision you're standing on has attached IDs to it, which points directly towards whatever TPF. It's pretty simple, but if there's any issues with those TPFs, it doesn't crash, it just never finishes loading. And almost only the second tutorial map has no issues with its TPFs for the beta. Every other beta map has issues and just refuses to load unless you change your collision data. Or you're like me and you just fix it instead. But
Nice guy asks, if you bring the camera outside the map of the Vanguard's demo, where does this tunnel actually go? Is it an Iron Keep elevator scenario? Yeah, pretty much, because the tunnel just kind of curves down a little bit, and then that leads you to the entrance of the next tutorial area. Like if we go here, we go to the next non-prototype version of the map. It's just a wall here, but I think I can't remember if there's anything remaining of that here at all. Let's double check. I think there's like, let's see what we got.
Within the beta tutorial maps, which is a earlier version of the tutorial, which still had a lot of its connected pieces intact, all of the different tunnels and places that go off into nowhere directly connect to one another, where if you fix the collision, you could walk between them. You'd also need to adjust some nav mesh stuff because it's a little bit more complicated than just saying, hey, I want to load everything. Demon Souls is a little bit less forgiving than that. But if you go through the tunnel, it does line up perfectly with the start of the next level.
Yes.
It is one continuous tunnel, which eventually leads to the Dragon God Arena.
I
will say... You can continue, sorry.
Oh, and I was going to say, because they're asking about like the quality of the transition, though, because it's like, there's no lava hellscape visible from earlier in the tutorial, so it's like wondering, it's like, how does that, it's like, sure, there's like a tunnel connecting these areas, but like, how does that make sense? And it doesn't. And that's what I find fascinating because, well, first of all, let me finally go out of bounds here and see if there's any... Yeah. So even the final version of the map does have a bit... You just go out of bounds behind the entrance, and part of that tunnel's here. It's still here.
Yep.
Yeah. So, like, in the final version of the level, it's just blocked off with a wall, but the tunnel's there. But yeah, now we're in, like, this lava hellscape, and if you go earlier in the tutorial, we go back to the proper beginning of it. We would never see... There's no lava hellscape nearby, but I can show you where that would be. It's off to
the kind of rocks. It's to the left.
Yes, it's to the left. So we just have to kind of... It's to the left when we're looking, like, I'm going to call it north. I'm just making up a cardinal direction, but we're going to pretend that facing this way is north.
If north is the giant tower like the temple that you walk into, and that's the second level. Then to the west of this area is the mountains which go into the lava hellscape.
Yeah, so let me turn off my gravity one more time here. Settle down, Dregling. Havoc. Ignore gravity. Yeah, because that's a great question, Night Scout. So I'm happy to talk about this for a little bit because it's fascinating. Yeah, so like just like it would be in this general direction, kind of behind these mountains. So it's like you, because that's where you turn when you head towards the Vanguard Demon boss. It's like it turns to the left, and then that tunnel would go down further in this direction a little bit. So it's like we could try to pretend that there's a lava hellscape just on the opposite side of these mountains. Again, it's not really coherent with the skybox, so that would be a really abrupt transition that doesn't make a ton of sense. But the thing that's really interesting to me about that is in Lance's video from the recently leaked like early pre-alpha footage, there is some footage from this courtyard, and you can see that to the left of this building, those mountains weren't created yet, and it's just a blank white void. And you know, at that point in development, all of the tutorial areas were connected as a single map, right? Like you had the gate that lowered behind the boss, and you go down the... So that shows that the developers didn't know how to reconcile that yet. They were kind of like, huh, when you get down there, it's like this like lava hellscape with the dragon god, but from back here, like it doesn't match this skybox. So like it just, the skybox wasn't done yet, and they didn't have those mountains yet, and it was just a void. So you can tell it like they didn't know how to reconcile that yet at that point in development, which is very fun. So I thought it was really cool looking back at that footage, being like looking to the left of the building and just seeing the white void. It was like, yes, of course they didn't know how to match it up yet either.
Well, you can kind of see some mountains, and I mean, it is generally a lot more void, but you can kind of see some remnants of things over there, like in the parts of the footage where they're stabbing the crocodile. It's just like in the corner, and it's hard to make out anything, but generally speaking, the tutorial as we know it is made of a lot of old Kingsfield assets and a lot of new assets created to, you know, match everything back together. But because of that, these mountains are just a singular mountain model, repeated and rotated in different variations. So they were just trying to fill out space for the most part.
Yeah. Oh, Night Scout was also asking, is the Vanguard's boss room only on the second floor of this fortress or at the very top of the tower? It doesn't really correspond with this exterior very well in a way that like makes a ton of sense. I think it's just kind of like further back behind that. So
it is, yeah.
Yeah, so you can't really match it like to this exterior very well, unfortunately.
By the time, in the actual map, by the time you finish going through the tunnel that you exit from at the start of the second tutorial level, you are already past the giant temple mesh in the first level.
Yeah. Okay, so I guess we're on to the Dragon God area then. (8:02). So yeah, up here we could say like the wall of like that was cut content. Collapsing ceiling was cut content. This can all be in purple. All right. I'll give you a second to mess with the spreadsheet there. Yeah, and arguably the building that you see from the outside, the exterior of the building that you see from the tutorial area would be like the exterior of earlier parts of the second tutorial area. But again, yeah, they didn't perfectly match it up or anything. I'm gonna turn the volume down here another hair just because the dragon won't shut up.
You can also just kill the dragon god, to be fair.
Oh, yeah. Or I can also, I think I could do no update on him, and I think that'll fix it.
That as well.
I wonder who's the dragon. I wonder which character in this level is the dragon god.
C000, I think?
Literally the only other character in here. I'll just do no update. And it is neat that the like the rumbling is actually tied to the character model. Like he is causing the shaking. It's not like some separate independent like, you know, because it could have been detached from the character, you know, as just like its own thing. But yeah, no, literally freezing the boss model stops the shaking from happening. So I find that fun. Okay, so that with that we can turn the sound effects back up a notch.
To answer Night Scout's question about the Dragon God fight, yes, there is quite a bit left in there. Years ago, I was working on directly restoring it, and I actually have a video of an interaction on my channel of firing the ballista at him. There are 2 Dragon God characters in the files. There's 6050, which is the one you actually fight in the game and is also reused in this map. And then there is 1020, which is the original Dragon God and has a bunch of animations for this arena specifically. So yeah, a lot of the data still exists, but it's just kind of a mess to put all that back together. And since the file formats are so old, a lot of modern tools don't like working with them very much. From what I remember. Demon's Souls is funny because it has like 20 different Fliver formats. Fliver is the like model format, so importing and editing is a real mess for the most part for pretty much anything.
I like to pretend that Fliver is short for flavor. Like they just forgot to include the A, which makes no sense. But I always look at that. I'm like, flavor.
I wonder what it tastes like.
So yeah, so we let's see what we actually have in this area. So what is this first thing? 2420. Again, it's another unnamed thing.
What is this? This is for... The script may not exist in this map, I'm not sure. Okay, it does not exist in this one, but I think I know what this is for from the beta maps, because there is a specific animation of Dragon God like lifting his head up and peering around at the place the player enters from.
Oh, interesting. Kind of like in the final in Stonefang, he does more looking around and stuff like that.
Yeah, it doesn't use this animation. It doesn't use this ID, but I think it is for the exact same interaction. This one, this region is completely unused. Doesn't have anything anywhere. But
where's this region located?
It's the very first box at the very front when you're walking through it.
Oh, let me back it up.
Right after you enter through like the quote unquote door.
Oh, okay.
Kind of, like,
it was right here. Yeah, right at the very beginning. Okay.
Next to all the circles.
Yeah. It makes sense. He'd be
spheres.
Trigger some behavior from him that no longer exists. That's fun.
Yeah, I think the original idea was that they're meant to have their head kind of low to the ground, so as you walk in, you don't know what's happening until he like rears his head up and looks at you.
Cool. Yeah, we can mark that as cut content, as just like unused Dragon God behavior, something like that. Unused Dragon God notices you. Dragon God notices you from across the room. Cut content.
I just really like your vibe. Can I punch you?
It's how Dragon Gods like show affection for each other. They just punch each other. Yeah.
You know,
it means it's just like it's roughhousing. They do that with buddies.
Yeah. What sucks is that kind of the thing I just said. I feel like that'd work on people. Like, hey, this looks so punchable.
what is it, cuteness aggression or whatever that's called. It's like, oh, look at that little like mouse thing or whatever, and it just punches you. And oops, more fragile than I realized.
Yeah.
Killed by demon trigger area. Okay, that's self-explanatory. That is going to be
It's a large square down there.
Yeah.
A huge box.
Oh yeah, we could make that the unused one purple. I always like to highlight the purple or red or whatever in the spreadsheet. Let's see. Just so it stands out more when we're scrolling on by.
Nope, that's the wrong button.
There
we go.
There we go. Let's see.
So this event is a just end region, meaning that the moment you walk into it, it triggers the remo of Dragon God punching the player.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll again step out of bounds just so we can. Yeah, because that'll just boot us out of here. But I can go around it, and we can avoid it. So yeah, this is the unavoidable region where you step into it, and the tutorial's done.
A little bit of a fun fact while we're here. We'll see it whenever we go through the beta tutorial as well. In the before this fight was properly implemented, or after it was completely destroyed from being implemented and remade into what we have today, walking into this region started a timer, and when that timer ran out, it kicks you back to the debug menu.
Oh, crazy! Interesting. It's almost like
so okay, you finished it, you can leave now.
It's like the demo was done kind of vibe. Like,
yep,
you finished the demo of Demon Souls that we've prepared for you. Like, yeah, it's
here's
over
the
now.
next big scary threat you can look at and think about how you're going to fight that thing, and we can go back to the debug menu now.
That's fun. That's very funny. Oh yeah. So there we go. So the next one is prepare for getting killed by. Interesting. Prepare for getting killed. Is there like a redundant box here, or is that the box further in on the staircases?
So that's why you're walking on the stairs. There's like one large box that stretches across both of them.
Yeah, what is this? Is this actually used in some way? Or is...
So, at that point, it starts a looping animation for Dragon God. Where they start repeating an animation over and over again. It is unused. This is not a used thing.
Ah, okay.
But... I think that kind of fits with what I was saying earlier, where it would peek up at you, and then what time you're going down the stairs, it would start changing to its like getting ready to punch you state.
Gotcha. Yeah, because I was gonna say, as it exists now in the final game, I didn't think there was any like change of preparation. You know, he just kind of keeps doing the same thing over and over until you walk out and get killed. So,
I will real quick see if I can find the animation it's referring to and if it still exists. If it does exist, it probably exists in C1020 and not actual Dragon God though, because
right, yeah, like the actual earlier one. Yeah.
Yeah, 20. That's smart. It does exist. 21. Yeah. That's actually just a standard idle animation for Dragon God at further point, where he's kind of like staying slightly to the side, ready to punch you.
Gotcha.
So it switches to that.
Let's turn it back on for a second, because why not? Oh yeah, I forget where Switch All No Update is. Here it is. Yeah, because here in the final game, walking through this doesn't change anything. He's going to do the same animation that he's currently doing, where he roars every now and again, I'm sure.
But the pose that they're in, with their like one fist back ready to punch, that is the animation that it would have selected them to start looping.
Oh, cool. So we basically get to see what we wound up with is would have started going, when we were further down the stairs. Neat.
Yeah. So before that point, they would have peered in, looked at the player, and then after that, gone to this getting ready to punch and everything.
It is a little bit of a shame that we missed the peer thing, but I guess they preferred the roaring and the shaking of the place. So.
Yeah, it gives a different vibe. I think the peer makes it pop up more as like something that you're about to fight, and the roaring makes it seem more like you're about to die.
Yeah. That totally tracks. As we get to these SFX, I'm assuming these are just like all of the torches here. It's funny though that these are, instead of points, that they're handled with spheres. Like, why is that? Or is it...
I don't know. I will say they call both light, sound, and an SFX on them. So it's possible they were trying to just throw a lot on one thing in a sphere to fit that purpose better.
Gotcha.
I guess particularly for like sound and light, I think a sphere would be better, and SFX just always spawn at the center point of any object, and that'd be exactly where the spheres are placed on these.
Mm-hmm.
Was the earlier animation? Is it still in the code?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. If you were to load up like the other character model and tell it to play that animation, it would work. In the looking animation. Yes. Yeah. Which I don't have a good way of doing in debug, unfortunately.
No, I could set that up for next stream if you want to look at it, but
cool.
A side thing. I'll have that ready. You know what? Fuck it. I'll just do that for the
for like the prototype
whenever we
map
get around to the beta tutorials. Yeah, I'll just make it there.
Cool. Yeah, that'd be sick.
If I have time, and I can afford to, and I can afford to, actually, that's a good place to stop in that sentence. I'll see if I can even get more of the boss actually going as a thing. That might be fun.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah, if not, no worries. But yeah, if you do, it'll be some time before we get there, because that again, we'll go back and revisit the like M99 maps like after we get through like the rest of the stuff.
Yeah, that's gonna be weeks. That'll be fine.
Yeah, that'll be quite a ways off. Let's see, is there anything else? So we have all these torches, mini torch.
Cave environmental sound.
I see some other stuff in here too. Origin for anchoring. Is that just where we? What the heck is origin for anchoring?
That's a sphere. It seems. It's back by spawn, where you're out over there.
Interesting. It's not. Is it?
It's not at origin.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Oh, is it this kind of big sphere here near the start?
Yep, it's that one.
I mean, that's got to be unused, right? Like what would that even need to be for? Unless if the sounds change when you maybe the sounds. Is it for a sound?
I don't know. Given it says like it's an origin for anchoring, I don't. Yeah.
Huh.
But actually, Hoshi said it's probably not that far off. Well, possibly. Yeah. It could have been the origin point for the specific map that then everything was built around, and they just kind of kept it in there as a region for some reason. Because the actual like maps in this area are each at an offset, so the the origin for each of those pieces could be at there.
Huh.
Do you teleport into the range of the sphere in the final game?
No. Yeah, it's
you
not
teleport back further in the hallway.
Yeah. We start back here. Yeah, so it's not like an origin point for us. So kind of interesting, kind of weird. Let's see.
No, the sphere is not next to the warp end point.
Yeah. That's very strange.
From a top-down view, it does seem to make sense as a anchor for where models are going to go, though, because it's kind of directly into the side of one of the pieces, so that makes sense to me. But this doesn't have a purpose besides it. It's just there.
Gotcha. Cool. Yeah, so that's
Actually, I don't...
cut content of some kind. Or unused content probably, or like it was helpful for the developers in some ways, but it doesn't do anything for the player.
It's development content.
Yeah,
I don't know why
content.
I didn't like think about this, because it's something that I do in my own things in Unity, where I tie all of my models to a single empty point, and I can move the point around to match up where everything else is going to go. So I don't know why in my head I was like, yeah, this makes no sense to me. That makes, yeah, that's probably what it's for. It's for anchoring models. It even says anchoring.
Interesting, but it is still curious because we don't really see that elsewhere. So
No, I guess it's just left in.
But again, not too surprising. It's the tutorial map, so they're kind of like it's all experimental at this point. You know, they don't have like completely ironed out like set ways of doing things. Like later on, they probably anchored it a different way in their map editor and didn't need to like save it as a spherical region or something like that, you know, like that there was probably something else that didn't need to be baked into the map. They probably had other ways of anchoring things, but this is how they did it here initially. Wall of Light is a bit confusing as well for the next one. Wall of Light dummy, because this one doesn't have a fog gate. So is there a cut fog gate or something?
Well, it's kind of extreme. It's at 200, negative 200.
Oh, okay. So this is gonna be.
Wait a minute.
It's another.
That's like yeah.
Is it way down in the void again?
It is way down in the void.
Okay.
It does also have an SFX tied to it. I think it's basically just the exact same thing. It says Wall of Light as a dummy countermeasure. I think it's the same thing as it was in last map.
Gotcha. Yeah. So I'm not gonna run out of bounds chasing that down again. We got the point the first time.
Yeah.
I do find it interesting that there's two different kind of torches designated in here. There's torch, and up above we had mini torch. So I'm guessing mini torch are like the ones probably embedded into the walls, and torch are maybe these standing ones, maybe.
I have several maps open, but I think you are correct. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Yeah.
The standing ones are the normal torches. The other ones are in the walls.
Gotcha. Yeah, nothing too crazy going on here. It is cool seeing the spreadsheet get filled out, and like it just feels satisfying.
Yeah.
Even though most of it's like pretty inconsequential stuff, but no, it is cool seeing how they iterate on stuff. And again, you knew about like the earlier version of the Dragon God, and I think you told me about it at some point way in the past, but like I sort of forgot about how all that was set up. So like seeing a box here that would have caused it to start looking like it was just something I wouldn't have been able to predict or remember that would be a thing at all. So yeah, like that sort of thing is super cool to me.
Yeah.
Eruption of smoke, lava smoke. I get these are more sound things, I guess.
So cave environmental sound is sound. All of the other ones are points scattered across the lava field that have SFX on them.
Oh, yeah. Let's go take a look at there.
So the SFX does exist within the files, but it's not natively loaded by MO8. From what I remember. So if you take a look, I don't think you're going to find a lot of different SFX and stuff.
Gotcha.
It does have stuff for like different bubbling lava and things. The one that we are looking at right now is all the way in the very distant part of it, because there is like there's 3 volcanoes in the distance. There's one to the left, middle, and right.
Let's kill the dragon god here. Get him out of the way. He's blocking our view.
Night Scout, it's highly unlikely these are visual effects for Dragon God themselves, because these are individually tied to points and regions in the environment. So these are specifically to add more detail to the map through use other than scrolling textures, which is what we see generally, because the lava field is scrolling textures, and you see lava, moats and waterfalls. Well, lava falls, I guess.
Yeah, I don't. Oh, okay, yeah. Now I see the. Now I actually see the points scattered across the lava field, and yeah, it's just a texture of lava. There's no VFX. There's no smoke. There's not anything happening.
Yeah. However, they do exist. Somewhere on my computer, I have lava actually doing its thing. Well, that's really weirdly unwrapped. Do you see that in like the bottom right of where your camera was?
Oh yeah, yeah.
They like unwrap the texture. It's stretched really weirdly.
yeah, that looks really bad. That's fun. No, I mean you could never see that normally, so
you can never see it.
Yeah,
but
it is funny.
These are just different SFX for the environment. That's kind of it. It's cool.
Yeah, it looks
different versions of it in beta SFX. I don't know.
Yeah, it looks like they're all in use. I don't think a single one of them is used here in the end.
Nope, they're all unused. They have SFX tied to them in their data, but the effect ID isn't present.
That's pretty cool.
Hot Pocket, are you here?
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. I know I'm kind of like grabbing onto a lot of things because I know a lot about these areas, so I want to make sure I wasn't just like speaking over you or anything at points.
No, I don't have a lot to say.
Gotcha.
That's fair.
Yeah, this is sort of the show and tell for Hot Pocket at this point too, since you haven't actually played Demon Souls. I love these Autobound statues too. These things are cool.
Yeah, which are different objects of variations of how they're broken.
Something that like you would basically never ever notice. It's a lot of fun. Again, I've talked about that in the compare through. Yeah, and this distant structure that's behind the dragon god that you can't even see is like weirdly compelling to me. Again, I've shared this before, but like what the hell? what is all this and why? It just feels like a neat, like, I don't know, a distant placeholder of like where they didn't, like you said before, there's a timer that was going to kick you back to the menu, and like clearly it was like an unfinished demo at that point. But this really reeks to me of like hedging their bets on like, does the game continue past this point? So let's like have some sort of distant set piece or something. Like maybe you defeat the dragon god, teleport over here, and then interact with some shrine that opens up to the next area or teleports you to the next area or something. Like, again, there's nothing in the data to confirm these suspicions remotely, but like the fact that you put this much work into a set piece that is completely covered by the dragon god's body is wild to me. So I don't think I'm too off basis like in my speculation. Like it feels like if they put that work into this and you'd wound up not seeing it at all in the final game, it seems like there was an early intention to maybe use this for something as a transition point to a next map or something. The texture is really fascinating on this too. Like I don't know what these are supposed to, it's a really specific pattern, right? Like I don't know what this is trying to convey exactly, but it certainly looks really cool. This thing
kind of just cool shapes.
It's
like...
cool. It's cool shapes. The thing on the bottom almost gives me like a vibe of like a bird. I know up close it doesn't look like that, but when you get further back, it sort of reads as wings. Maybe like a top-down view of something with wings. I don't know if I'm just
Yeah, no, I get it.
Yeah.
Icarus or something. Kind of like a human body with wings to me.
Yeah. Yeah, angelic or bird-like, and almost something that reads as like a sun in the center. Yeah, very, very curious set piece that it's like, what the hell is this?
Kind of culty vibes and stuff. It's cool.
Yeah, absolutely. Which did not make it into the Demon Souls remake. It was very funny. I like how in my first video of the Demon Souls compare through, I was like, there's no way to see around the Dragon God, so until like free cam's invented for like on a hacked PS5, we'll never know. And then someone somehow figured out like an insanely precise timing of like going into free cam right at the same moment the cutscene is supposed to start, and like the Dragon God de-renders or so, like, it was so ridiculous. And then so we actually did get a look, and then yeah, because photo mode normally would not get you far enough outside of photo mode is tethered to like the player and can't move that far from them. So normally photo mode wasn't enough to see around the Dragon God to see what was behind it in the remake, but someone figured out the right timing, got it to de-render. Very funny. Cool. Did you want to move on and at least start? We probably won't have time to finish it today, but are you down to start Boletario?
I mean, yeah. I have like the less than 3 more hours basically, so I'm free.
Yeah. Well, let's do it. Who knows if we'll even get through the first. I feel like this is going to be very dense with stuff. This is going to be, oh god, this cutscene. This. Oh. Oh, yeah. Sure, everyone in chat probably heard my controller rumbling and bouncing on my desk. I set it down on my desk, not far from my mic. That's kind of funny. Wow. Here we are.
We've reached an area that I'm only like pretty familiar with.
Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot. This might take some effort running around the map too.
Oh yeah.
So let's go. We're gonna scroll back up to MO2. MO2 is the lowest map number that isn't the Nexus, which makes sense.
Yep.
Okay, it looks like we are starting off with what am I looking for here? BGM. So hopefully this time it's just a normal BGM thing and they're not confusing us. Hopefully this is the one actually used for the boss fight. Okay, cool.
I mean, it has on just in for it. I will. It's used. It looks a little bit awkward with the collision, where it doesn't actually fully like cover the space, which is maybe it's not used. This is concerning. Maybe it has the same entity ID as a different one.
I missed a couple dragons. Let's get them out of here so they don't bother me.
Oh, I see. So this very first region doesn't actually start the music. It is just the point that the music plays from within the arena.
Okay. Let me see if instead of running around out of bounds, because I'd have to run really far to kind of like see the whole shape of the thing, I might just de-render the map for a moment. Let's see. There'll be enough objects to kind of give us a reference. So group mask, map. Yeah.
You should probably set your team type to 3 so random enemies aren't attacking you during this as well.
Oh, that is a good way of handling that. That is a good way of, I like that. Because I don't like leaving all no update on. That's kind of jank. So team type 3. There we go. We are now an enemy along with the enemies.
Well, technically you are a invader.
I'm an invader. Oh, gotcha.
So you're still able to hurt
so
them, they just never target you.
That's something that probably needs to be explained for chat because it's very weird. Phalanx is not loaded, like, or not rendered at least. That doesn't happen until you literally start walking through the fog gate. Yeah, in Demon Souls, invaders can kill enemies. It's so bizarre. It's very funny. You can just run around and like kill all of the enemies in the level for the host and then just leave if you want. Like, it's very obvious why later Souls games did not do the same.
That doesn't seem well considered to me.
No. It does have... I can't remember if you can phase through enemy models in the original Demon Souls.
If you run into them enough, you can clip through them as an invader, I believe.
Yeah, you can clip through them. There are some places like in Dark Souls 2 where I think you can't clip through. Like there are some spots in Dark Souls 2 where you can get like body blocked by invaders. I mean by like enemies when you're an invader. Which is kind of annoying. So I remember like there being some situations in later Souls games being like, oh, I kind of miss being able to kill them like I could in Demon Souls. But yeah, you could be a friendly invader if you wanted to be. It's very funny. But yeah, like I said, it's not very well considered. It's very clumsy. There's a lot of jank with invasions in if you die as an invader in Demon Souls to the environment and not to... I don't know how the game handles this on like a programming level. I don't know how it understands the difference, but if you fall off a cliff as an invader, you de-level. You lose a level. And it's like so harsh. You have to be really careful with your platforming as an invader. Again, I'm pretty sure the remake got rid of that. I think that's only a thing in the original Demon Souls. But yeah, there...
Is that true? I don't have the most experience playing online.
Yeah.
In Demon Souls. Is that like... I don't remember seeing that much.
Yeah, I'm pretty certain that's a thing. I'll double check with like some other old OG Demon Souls old heads, or maybe someone in the chat will know. I'm quite confident of that though, because I remember just like Stone Fang like chasing after host, and it's like, ah, fuck, I fell to my death, and then now I'm gonna go back and de-level and have to spend a bunch of souls to re-level up again. It's very... Demon Souls is so punishing in ways that are very funny and silly.
Let's never do it.
So in this visual noise mess that's in front of us in the boss room, is there a way to understand like which BGM thing is that actually emanates from? Is it just one of the boxes in here?
It's the taller box in there. It's the one that goes up the most.
It's the one that goes up the most. Okay, that was going to be my first guess actually, so that makes sense. I remember you said because it's like slightly smaller than the space. But I don't believe there's any issues in the boss room with the music cutting out if you run too far to the corner, because again, these sound regions do have fall off to them.
No, there's not. It is strange though with this box because it does go further back outside of the arena for no reason. Like, you see how far away it is from the actual entrance to it, like the gate you're next to. It clips into MO2_01 in the back. It clips into the second level for fun.
Let's see. Let's re-render the map. Okay, so we've got the BGM sound region for the boss taken care of. And then now... Oh, let's update that. Let's see, this could be... Oops. Scrolling around. But like... Phalanx... I forgot how we were writing the other ones out. Let's see. Oops.
Would it just be Phalanx boss BGM?
Yeah, Phalanx BGM. Right? Yeah. Okay. And then next one's interesting. Initial position after NPC movement. So, okay. Initial position after NPC movement.
This is like the ones that we saw in the Nexus for the NPCs that stand up and are in a different position, I think.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Okay, so we're gonna find the Dregling merchant. Is this gonna be like a little thing right next to the Dregling merchant? That would make sense. So let's go check that out.
Explain why is it internal name slave trader?
Because he is. Yeah, that sounds really bad. But no, it's more sympathetic to them.
Oh, he's a slave trader.
Yeah, he is
Dreglings are
slaves
of
canonically.
Boletaria.
Yes. So yeah, he is a slave who became a merchant. Not that he is selling slaves. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because the phrase slave trader by itself normally means that, but I very stupid inside joke that literally only my brother would understand. But I had a strategy game for the Amiga as a kid called 1869, which was like you kind of like run a shipping company, right? Like you're like managing like boats like in the 1800s, and have to like buy and sell goods and like repair your boats and pay people to like run crew on your boats and stuff like that. And one of the tactics we did in the game to try and save money, which always ended badly, it was not a good long-term strategy. It only saved you money out for like a couple missions. But we would hire a crew, go to another island, and then immediately fire all of them without paying them. Like, we were just like playing, like, I don't know. We're just like, we were thinking very logically about like, I don't know, that seems to save money. And then like being like a 6-year-old kid, reading the NPC dialogue of the crew, like sometimes they would like do mutiny or they get really pissed off at you and they'd call you a slave trader, but not being very good at reading yet, like 5 or 6 years old, we're like, what's Slavender? Like we just so yeah, the phrase slave trader in my head is like, I just remember misreading that as a kid as Slavender somehow. So that, playing a strategy game where we didn't pay our crew, it was a legit call out on our behavior. Oh yeah, we're heading to the Dreadwing Merchant. Let's go. Owner of Dark Lord Disco, who sometimes shows up in chat, would remember that because he's my other brother. But I don't think that he was quite a bit older, so he's 5 years older than me, so he wouldn't have had trouble being confused by that. I don't know if he knows that story. Oh, did I run? Yeah. I'm just not paying attention to where I'm running. Let's go. Backtrack. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, so you can see this kind of jank behavior from this guy here. We will see an event region for this later. Yeah, right here. Triggers a trap. They're just assuming this enemy's going to see you when he jumps down, and under all normal circumstances he will, and then you would just fight him. But there's the one problem is they didn't give him an updated home position after the trap triggers. So he wants to walk back up there, which he can never get to, so... Okay. Ta-da! So yeah, if he was aggroed and you reloaded the map, instead of being crouching up on there, you'd want to stand in this sphere, I suppose. Was this on Super Nintendo? Oh no, this was on Cylinder. That's right. No, this was on the Amiga computer. One day I'm going to do a series of stream where I play like old Amiga games, so I can share like the weird games from my childhood. That game came with like a dense ass book, which I still own. Like it was very overwhelming. Like it was like history and like crazy shit. I think it had like the anti-copy protection shit too, where like when you're booting up, when you're like 10 minutes into the game, it'll be like flip to page 46 of this book and like type in what the 7th word on the page is. something completely unhinged to prove that you didn't like copy the game without the getting like the book and everything with it. Very funny stuff. Let's see. Scroll down.
So the
Phalanx Fog.
the-
Yeah, we don't have to
Yeah.
run back to that. We know that's kind of old at this point. It's the facing point when you go through the fog gate. Oh, Lost Soul Treasure Trove. I think I know what this is. I'm going to hazard a guess that this is a VFX for the swirling mass of souls above the Executioner's pit.
Yep, that's it.
Yeah, let's go. That's cool. Yeah, I've never
I don't
seen.
actually see this. Is this linked to anything? Because it just looks like it just doesn't do anything to me.
It should be there working, but it's just a visual effect and not like anything to interact with.
I believe it's maybe tied to the map piece, and I think it's tied to the map piece and not the actual region. If you
Oh,
look on the map
See,
piece
this
around
is
it,
another one of
246
these
is there.
types of things where
Yeah.
they have the point, but then they tied it to the map piece for rendering reasons or whatever we were like in the Nexus.
so this is
Yep.
gonna be another like unused, like redundant, like alternate before they finalized how it's actually put in the map.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Or maybe they were just using it as a label to say, okay, put SFX here, but attach it to a map piece or something like that.
Yep. Yeah, it is the soul hole, as Sabo Tower asked. Yep. Yeah, I love that. I've always loved this visual effect. I remember I did look ahead a little bit in Boletaria when Molly was first like sending me these files and running around looking at the event regions, and like I remember I very like, it's environmental storytelling. You see a bunch of bodies on the beams down there, like clearly people have fallen into there and died, and the execution yard nearby surprisingly doesn't really have a ton of corpses in it. There are ghosts of like dreglings out there and stuff, but I always found that neat. I was just like, okay, like the things are like falling to shit here. Things are like way more chaotic and less organized. They don't care about using all the torture devices out in the executioner yard. They're just gonna start throwing people down here now. And I think there's some stuff that internally kind of validates that later on. We'll see that it's just like, yeah, like that is the concept they're going for here. So very cool. And the fact that it's an area you can't get to until significantly later when you world tendency is in the right place. There's something very alluring about this design to me. Like very early on in the level, you're getting a sneak preview at like a place you can get to later. Very cool. Very good level design. Why
That's
did the
kind of
part?
just how a lot of Demon Souls level design is, and that's why I like it a lot more than any other Souls games, to be honest.
Stinkus Maximus asks, why did particle effects look so much better in this game than Dark Souls? Ooh, I'm not sure. I think it may be on a case by case basis. I'd have to compare them, but there is some stuff aesthetically here that I do think is tighter. Fog gates in particular, I love that they're transparent in Demon Souls, and I really miss that in the later Souls games, and they should bring it back instead of being like
I see no reason why they couldn't do that in later Souls games.
Yeah. Again, maybe in some cases it's like semi-spoiler, like seeing the boss standing there waiting for you, but like, I don't know, there's something menacing about like a wavering fog gate and like getting like a hazy view of what's on the other side rather than just like a solid white wall you can't see through at all. That is a lot cooler to me.
It's also kind of funny because, of course, this game has a diegetic reason for these, right? Like it's a mist, it's a fog doing this, as opposed to the later games where they don't. But yet, this is the game where
Yes.
it looks the least like actual fog, right? Like the illusory walls in the later games are a thick, dense something, and in this game they are not. So I think it's kind of funny that it's almost backwards.
Yeah.
I think it helps in this game that it's a fog of souls. It's not
Yes.
like a literal just fog. It is, this magical type of thing more than anything else.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't keep it in the later games to look similar to this, because the later games are just kind of like, well, it's a fancy wall essentially. And yeah, I agree. It doesn't look as good.
Yeah, maybe the idea with Dark Souls 1 is that because they start putting in a bunch more mid-level fog gates, they want that like trick of like you don't know if it's a boss fight or not. And I guess, I mean, you would still not know in some places, but in some places it'd be kind of obvious, like, okay, clearly this isn't a boss arena.
Yeah, it's just kind of funny they didn't evaluate that by the time they got back to
Like
basically it's only used for,
Yes.
like even DS3 I don't think has any
Mid-level fog
non-boss.
gates. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, they should bring that back. I miss it.
Doesn't DS3 have a mid-level fog gate in the library area?
Does it? I'm
I
trying
don't
to
know off the top of my head.
Yeah.
Near the top balcony? Like, I just...
I can't
I mean, I guess
picture it.
technically it does obviously have one in Firelink, right? Like those are fog gates. But
Oh, that's a whole
Yeah.
other subject of discussion because I don't inherently trust that those needed to be there. I'm so mad about them. I'm so salty about it.
I don't like them at all. I wish they would just be open up.
I've tested it to explain to chat, like, in Dark Souls 3 when you're in Firelink Shrine, you warp back to Firelink, you go up the stairs, and there's a fog gate that takes like fucking like 20 seconds to clear or whatever. It's not tied to the loading. It's not like, okay, we finally loaded it. Now you can go back where's in the level. It's on an arbitrary timer that is that long. So in Dark Souls 3, if I'm using debug dash, I can literally load the map and instantly, because debug dash, you can fly really quickly, just fly outside instantly and touch the collision out there, and it's instantly loaded. And it's like, okay, well, maybe on a PC it loads much faster, but I'm like, than it did on like PS4 hardware. And it's like, yeah, I get that it would take longer to load on PS4 hardware. A full 20 seconds after you load into the map, I don't buy it. Like, I don't, I need to find someone who knows how to implement mods on hardware. Like, I don't know if I keep saying, like, maybe one day I'll hit up Lance McDonald. I don't know if he'd had any interest in trying to do this or whatever, but I'm like, I kind of would be like, hey, Lance, can you please remove the fog gate on PS4?
I thought he did that at some point.
Maybe he did. And just like, I want to see what happens if you just like warp to Firelink and sprint up the stairs on PS4, and like, are you going to see a bunch of unloaded crap outside? Is it going to create a problem? I don't think. I think it would be fine.
I don't
probably.
think that can be the case if my understanding of how these game engines work is correct.
Yeah.
I don't know why it does that at all.
Yeah, like like something that's like not well optimized, like Dark Souls 1 Prepare to Die edition. If I teleport across the map to a part of the map that isn't rendered, and I like suddenly touch ground on collision and it has to go like, oh shit, and quickly load everything, it never takes more than like 2 seconds to load another chunk of the map.
It's also
Right,
like Firelink in DS3 is not a huge map. Like, yeah, you've got Untended Graves / Cemetery of Ash, but like, that's not that large in comparison to a lot of the other levels.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't get it.
It's very suspect to me. I'm like, I wonder what issue they ran into where they felt like they had to put a fog wall with such a long wait to it. And it is annoying, like, because on top of that, not only is it a long wait, but that timer doesn't start counting down until you go up the stairs a little bit. So like, even if you like warp to Firelink, get up to like refill your water or something like that, and you're away from the game for a minute, the fog gates are still there. It doesn't even try getting rid of them until you like walk closer to them. So it's like, anytime you want to restock on a seat of a Tree of Giants, or you have some reason for going back outside Firelink, you just have to wait a long time, and the game is loading it. It's already loaded. The outside layer area is already loaded while you're just sitting there waiting. I'm like, what is this? Funny shit. Okay. Enough of the Dark Souls 3 rant. We have a couple checkpoints.
First one's in the Phalanx boss.
Oh yeah, Demon Souls.
What is this for? Oh, there's checkpoint list. And also it's used in in two things.
Okay, I'm sorry. This doesn't relate to any this doesn't relate to anything we're looking at, but for the first time in debug, I noticed something in the character.
Are you gonna select the I'm gonna have a super longsword option?
What the fuck is that? Molly, have you looked at this before? Do you know what this is? I'm gonna have a super longsword.
I don't remember, but you should click it.
It's on. Will I kill an enemy from like... Oh no, I try using my weapon and I'm... Okay, whatever it is cut and doesn't work anymore. It's making me T-pose when I try attacking. Is it not?
Sounds right.
Is it not self-explanatory? You're gonna have a super long
Is
sword.
anything happening in the RPCS3 log when you like attack with that on?
Oh, that's an interesting question. Let me...
Oh, wait.
I've never looked at the log, so I have no idea like what I would even be looking for. Unfortunately, I'm kind of dumb when it comes to that. I can have a super long.
Storm.
Hopefully the chat doesn't die for. Okay, no, we're okay. I don't.
I mean, the only example of having a super long attack is with the Storm Ruler. But I don't think that's just a baseline to turn it on because it wouldn't directly change your like R1 to whatever set animation it's trying to call, which is unused.
That's maybe the funniest option I've seen in any of the debugs. Yeah, I'm gonna have a super long sword. That is so weird. Yeah, who knows? Maybe it was some equivalent to testing some sort of like early Storm Ruler kind of thing. Definitely not clicking on this option. Absolutely 0% chance I'm going to click on that. You know, either nothing happens or the game crashes. Those are the only two outcomes. I'm not going to try that.
Oh, the hang on debug that crashes it. Don't press it.
Yeah. I could just tell. I'm like that's not. Anyways, checkpoints. So these are in the boss room.
One of them is. I didn't see where the other
one is in the checkpoint. Yes. The other one is right back near the starting kind of fountain.
Yeah.
Oh, are these just warp points for the Archstone nodes?
No.
Huh.
No. Does not appear like it. Because, well, could it be? No, because the second one is a giant box. So that being the warp point doesn't really make sense.
Name of this event fragment translate to.
What it does do is does a bunch of checks on NPCs in the area when you step into it, it seems.
Huh, but would that be
Are you also seeing the Hot Pocket?
Yeah.
I'm wondering if that's completely avoidable, or do we actually stand up right here when we load into the level? Let me take a look.
Well, it can see the character starting point somewhere.
Well, we loaded here, but I didn't use the Archstone to get in here. Let me go to the Nexus. I think that is the same.
You start further back behind the
fountain.
Fountain, I believe. Yeah. I guess they set it at a point where you are closest to it, where if you're going to use that, you would like walk from that direction possibly.
That's so weird because it's just so easily avoidable potentially. So that seems very clumsy. That's like. My first guess would be that it'd have to be unused, or like maybe it does do something, but whatever it does is not vital. Because there's no way they made a box that small that's like important for like checking on NPCs or something.
Well, the actual thing for like calling it is not used. The proxy for checking when you walk into the region is not actually like used for anything at all.
Huh.
Wait, it does call it though. It calls it function.
Hey, Fly for Shy, thanks so much for the 5 gift subs. Thank you. It was legendary. Welcome everyone in chat who is now a member.
So, but this doesn't. This, huh? This is directly tied to NPCs. Yeah. This checks to see if they are dead or have escaped or anything. I think this is just a default checker of making sure that NPCs are alive whenever you load into the map. That was at points done nearby regions in the area, I think.
Huh.
Is that what it looks like to you too, Hot Pocket?
Yeah, I think so. I'm just distracted by this gigantic comment that shows up near the end of one of these sections.
Which is it under the like
It's like
check or would?
line 370 or so.
Oh yeah. Oh wow. Yeah. Um.
This is like a programmer leaving a comment saying like, let's do this in a certain way. Hey, the formal way would be to, or, I'm reading a Google Translate. I can put this in chat, I guess.
Yeah.
Let me.
This has to do with the wyvern.
Yeah. There we go.
This is like
Yeah, I don't know that this is related or not, but it is intriguing to me. I've never seen a comment this long in these scripts.
It's right after the check stuff, but it's not part of the same NPC check line thing.
Yeah, the only reason I was looking at it is because then immediately after it, it's got proxy Lua call start plus, and then it mentions 2190. So that's why I was like, is that related to this region? But I'm not sure.
Stinkus called it Miyazaki's manifesto. It is interesting. Again, because they're like getting used to the systems they're creating here, that we're seeing some stuff like this that we're not seeing elsewhere, or like in later levels, or at least like in Dark Souls 1. Because they're openly debating or like explaining like how to use the systems. Like,
yeah, exactly.
Wait, this is okay. This is a system for updating NPC data between maps.
Right.
Beforehand, they set down a bunch of regions around the map at places that the player is most likely to step through, for like the boss arena, nearby the first archstone, stuff like that. And whenever you walk into it, it sends data being like, hey, this is the current state of this NPC in this location, so it can be updated to other maps. So if you saved Ostrava in the first map, he'd pop up in the second map.
They don't need to do that. Can't they just set an event flag when stuff happens? Like, why would they need a special like syncing event?
Because at this point they probably weren't doing it through ESD and we're just doing it straight into the Lua map file.
That sounds cursed.
The thing to remember when looking at Demon Souls data mining is there's a lot of stuff in it that is just like an implementation of a thing that they do later on much easier because they were actively developing these systems as they make the game compared to Dark Souls 1. So there's like 8 flipper formats and a bunch of different collision formats and everything because they were continually making it as they went.
Well, and as we see with this gigantic comment, they're saying like, here's how we would like to do it, but blah blah blah, right? Like there's all this basically explanation of like why they're coding it that way.
Yeah,
which is interesting because like, yeah, that's, I guess, good to leave comments like that, but we basically never see that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, certainly you don't see that in the other games because we don't have comments, so maybe they are leaving stuff like that. But yeah, so, you don't get the impression like that from the AI in DS1 where you could see comments, for example.
So presumably, even if this is like checking things and like the game is running some sort of code as I step into this box, is it safe to say it's still effectively unused because nothing is actually dependent on walking through it?
This is unused. Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Parts of this system might be somewhat used since a lot of it isn't commented out.
And I never actually. It's
kind of hard to test that without deleting sections of it.
Gotcha. I'm gonna go. Oh yeah, I forgot. I gotta make myself team type 3 again because I reloaded the map. Yeah. Anytime any stuff you set on your character doesn't remember because the character lists always actually refresh when you load and unload a map.
Well, it does exist actually. It is actually running through each checkpoint as you walk into it. They just made it into a table that it checks instead. So it is running into it, and it is running the function checkpoint in attribute check whenever you do it.
So it still it still serves a purpose and is doing a thing, but it doesn't require you physically walking into its space.
Well, I'm saying when you walk into its space, it still does its thing. Like that exists.
Yeah. Weird.
I'm not sure.
Do you know what system checkpoint is? What that constant is?
The constant system checkpoint. It's first in line it's like the first attribute of it, right?
Yeah.
I think that would be its like functional ID, I believe. I don't know if that makes sense, but it's pointing towards that. Yeah. It's in the event defined Lua. There's an ID for it. It's 4054. It's just saying
Oh, okay.
the constant instead of, you know.
Yeah, this is very odd. Like the way that
there
they
is
have this set up, where they can define events by number and by name, and then sometimes they use a constant, but then the constant just has a number in it. It's like guys like settle on a way to do this.
Yeah, I will say this: the ID of it has a comment on it that just says checkpoint passed.
Right.
The system is still used in some part. I would imagine most of it is handled by the like ESD and individual events per NPCs and stuff. But like I'm not sure this exact section and what checkpoints matter is the most important thing. It's there and it's used in some part, but I don't think it's actually like...
Yeah, it's not clear to me exactly what it's even going to do in the like actual game, as opposed to what it's like attempting to do. Because it could be trying to do all sorts of stuff, but it doesn't matter because NPCs sync their state normally anyway, or you know, whatever. I don't know.
I'm assuming
they would through EST set their events and everything.
I'm assuming the one that I didn't look at in the boss room is just this really big one by the exit.
Yes.
Yes.
Cool.
Yes, the gigantic one.
Gigantic one, yeah.
And then this list of here's all the checkpoints that we're going to check. There's more later on that are considered checkpoints, so we'll see them. I guess.
Interesting. Yeah, because at least this one is implemented in a space where you would have to walk through it to get to the next part of the level. So like that makes more sense to me. It's just the one at the very beginning of the level is so curious to me because I'm like, you could easily walk around it.
Yeah, which is weird because like so one of the other ones in this list is 2390, for example, but that's not in this map. It's in M0201.
0201. Okay, I'm not too surprised.
But its name is checkpoint there, right? But I'm like, so I guess that still works the same way that DS1 would, where if you're in nearby maps, would it load? Well, no, I don't know. Why would it be checking for that? It's in the wrong map. But anyway.
Well, I'm trying to figure out in my head how to explain things. Yeah, I don't know why that it was there though, but the way maps connect to each other is a little strange. George was talking about it in there about collision and draw groups, but yeah, nav mesh is used as well, as long as the thing called MCG/MCP. Which basically just defines gates within nav meshes for how they can actually load other pieces of it. Or if that's not properly set up, it won't load any of the actual assets, meaning that it doesn't matter if... Typically maps are set up where within each root folder of MO2, like MO2 for example, within the area load list, the very first map loads every single map's MSB and NVM binder.
Right.
And every map past that point just loads every map and the MCG MCP stuff, because that always has to be loaded for nav mesh loading purposes. But the first map is what everything ties back to.
Interesting. They use something like that for Bloodborne Chalice dungeons, kind of, but yeah.
Oh, I had a question from Night Scout about, is that the scraping spear out of the map attached to a slime? Is attached to a box and some T-posing corpse object that isn't loaded into the map yet, I think. Yeah, it's just like objects that they place out of bounds that like need to be loaded later in different contexts. Just very.
Those
funny.
are unused objects. Those are like not loaded in other contexts, because they would be dummy objects in the map files. Those are just unused.
They're just unused. Is the scraping spear used though, or is that even just like an alternate duplicate that they don't even need to teleport up here once the cutscene happens?
It has no
the scraping spear. The scraping spear. It doesn't have an entity ID, but I think... Well, let me check to make sure there's no other object with the same ID as it, because Yeah, no, there's another one. It just loads in the map. That one's just down there for fun, I guess.
That was
It's
just down there for
used.
fun. Yeah, hell yeah, I love that.
It is at a different scale, I think. Slightly.
That's funny. I would go down there, but
I
that
am,
might
though.
require some running around a bunch of kill planes that are hard to mess with.
Not really. I mean, the only kill planes
get-
that exist are over the water. So, like,
you know,
as long as you avoid the execution grounds, you'd have no problem.
all right, let's give it a go then. Yeah, I was gonna say I could visualize the kill planes too, actually, but
True, it is collision.
Who else is down here? We got
There is a single item corpse with an entity ID down here,
a
though.
box. Yeah.
Havoc.
Corpse.
Where am I? I'm scrolling over my Havoc menu.
Unused.
Maybe another corpse, and then Tower Knight. Tall guy. He's a dummy enemy. I don't know who this is. Got a big spear.
The Tower
and a
Knight
big-
dummy?
Yeah, and a big.
Tower Knight is the next boss. Originally, Tower Knight was used as the first boss of Boletaria.
Yes.
There's an unused cutscene of them in the arena, and a lot of the assets for Phalanx was originally intended for a different version of the second level arena. And the way they swapped them was they basically just filled the first room with a bunch of slime, like decals, to make it look more fitting, and added some pillars into the walls. And that's kind of it. But the original Phalanx complex was concept was a lot more complex because they had stuff for like climbing onto the side of walls and things. But that was eventually cut when they put them into a smaller arena that had curved ceilings and shit.
Unfortunately, we won't be able to see the Tower Knight in game because it is a dummy enemy, not a regular enemy. But he would be standing on top of this box, basically.
I'm just gonna pretend that this T-posing corpse, he is running debug and he turned on I'm gonna have a super long sword. So that's where
Oh, a super long
They
sword
need
is just
to
a
add
spear.
this thing to the Bloodborne cart thing, right? He looks menacing.
Also, fun thing, if I remember correctly, a funny thing happens when I walk into this box. I think it just like falls or like something weird will happen. It unloaded, unfortunately. Damn it. There was at some point I got it to do something silly where like bumping it made it fall somehow, I think. Which is weird. You wouldn't expect that type of interaction. But unfortunately, it all just instantly de-rendered, so I don't know what's up with that.
Well, down there's a bunch of random. Well, for some reason, like parts of those parts of the cubes on there are actually parts of map pieces for some reason. I don't know what they're hooked to because I don't feel like looking at it.
If I remember correctly, I think I made it fall by landing on top of it, and then I walked it to the side of it. So maybe I didn't just do it exactly correctly. Yeah, is that not coming back? Hey, thanks, Ocean
Also,
Redux. I really appreciate it.
In the chat, Roxel Licky Heart, say it's a friend of mine, and her and I have a little project on the side of restoring the stuff I was talking about earlier of the second arena that like completely unused and the layout of that and everything. Haven't worked on it in a while, but you know, shout out to her. She has a really cool project for Demon Souls.
Wait, what arena is that?
The second level has a entire layout of it that's completely unused. It's pretty similar, but the underground is very bare bones. But the second boss arena, like the second level's boss arena, used to be completely different.
Oh, well,
So
there we go.
Her and I have a bit of a cut content restoration thing, which we started working on, and then I got 2 jobs, so I've been kind of busy since then.
when you say the second level, you mean Boletaria 1-2?
Yes.
I did not know about that. I did not know that existed somehow. That rules. Actually, I say somehow. I'm not too surprised I missed out on something like that. But yeah, no, I didn't know that existed. So that is new information to me. That rules.
To be fair, it's kind of only something that like Roxanne, the person I'm talking about, like showed to me and was like, "Hey, I found this weird object. Is this crazy?" And I was like, "Oh, that is pretty crazy." And I started looking around. And I found a bunch of more shit, and I was like, "This is really crazy." And I decided I should make a YouTube video to show this, and then I never finished the YouTube video.
Gotcha.
So that's why it hasn't been shown anywhere.
Yeah,
but it exists.
That is super cool. Yeah, that's completely new information. That rules. New information to me, new information to everyone in chat at least.
I just know things.
Yeah, that rules. Okay, so checkpoints are mysterious. Dragon warp. Are these by where they're? Oh, okay. No, there's a bunch of them. That's what I get for not scrolling ahead. So okay, yeah, no, this is going to be, I think, pretty intuitive. It's going to be the dragon can on the perch can fly over and breathe fire on the bridge. Then it can go back when you go back to its perch and all that sort of stuff. So it's just going to relate to all that, I think.
I find all the code very confusing, but that I imagine is correct.
There's a precedent for confusing dragon code being set here in Demon Souls.
Yeah.
So they didn't do it in a way that makes sense, because what they did is they made individual animations for every action that the dragon does for its flying path here. So instead of having move points where it does an animation and it ends up at the next one and it can correct itself to create a more seamless look, they lined up all of these regions to, after it finishes the animation, which is each one has a on character enum end and it's tracking it. It basically will do its like breathe fire animation across the bridge, and then it will line up with the next region point and then warp to it and start playing the next animation in its list, which will be like then flying away, going to its next point, and then it, you know, so on and so forth till it's out of view.
Is very Hellkite-esque.
Yeah, this is this dragon is the Hellkite dragon of Demon Souls. The red wyvern is a lot more like it moves around and it has an entire interaction. The second level, the entire second level is built around avoiding its attack. The blue one is in the final level, which acts as a kind of barrier to reaching the final boss. You just gotta run by them.
I'm on the struggle bus here because I refuse to change the walk through fog animation from being the one where you walk upwards, and I keep getting stuck here. The chat's watching me just like float and get stuck in falling anime. I'm mad because last time I quit out, at the last second I saw the character to like right itself and land on top of the ceiling, which would have been fine.
Yeah, can't you just turn off gravity and do it again and walk through?
Oh yeah, you're right. I'm not problem solving here. Okay, let's see. Character manager, team type. Let's get that back to. Oh wait, I need to actually select myself first. Get that back to 3. What a stupid problem to have. I mean, I could also potentially. I think if I mash this quickly enough, I can link them together. No, but now we're going to disable gravity and fix the problem. Yeah, because it won't suddenly kill me from falling. It's you know, it's still based on change in height, so just
Night Scout in the chat. There is not a lot of data remaining from that. There are some move points. There are some points in the map where the dragon could have moved to attack, but they go pretty much unused as far as I'm aware. There are animations left in the data of the blue dragon. For what I'm talking about so everyone understands, during the last boss fight, if you got too close to the broken apart like front of the castle, the blue dragon would have started breathing fire at you. Yeah. So it would have forced you further back in.
Yeah, during the King of Land boss fight.
During the actual boss fight, yes.
Yeah.
But that's not really used, is the thing. There's a cutscene for it existing, and there's a move point to where it would have stayed. I'm sure I could probably restore it. I tried restoring it years ago. The problem is the dragon's move point selection is extremely messy in its Lua script for how it moves around the third level. They perch really awkwardly at points, and it just doesn't, you know, it's hard to edit it without kind of rewriting half the system for it to actually want to do what I want it to do. One of these days.
Oh wait, let's do this. Do this the correct and proper way. This is a fun little trap. I'm surprised there aren't too many equivalents in other Souls games. There should be more like destructible environment stuff that kills a bunch of enemies. Why not? It's fun. Yeah, because the one thing that has me curious here is it seems like I wonder if all these dragon warp points are actually used. I mean, they easily could be, but it just seems to me I'm like, you don't have. There's not.
Some of them are off in space, so they can go back to the start or whatever. I guess.
Yeah. So are these the blue cylinders? I'm guessing.
The ones floating up there? Yes.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So like, there's one of them.
I think there's actually 2 of them on top of each other up there, but yes.
Gotcha. Yeah, I could hear the wings of... Yeah, here he comes.
I think 7004 and 7005 are floating up there. I think they're right on top of one another.
And then... I'm assuming we're going to see more back over here.
They are, yeah.
And similarly with 7001...
7004 is unused.
Okay.
No, I mean 7005. 7005 is unused, I think. Okay, am I reading right? Yeah, 7005 is unused.
Yeah. I wonder if they were considering having like multiple dragons do this stuff, like identically.
Yeah, because out here we do have 2 dragons, but the way it's implemented in the final game is just this one here on the right flies over to the bridge and then comes back here if you come back here as well. This other one here just whips you with his tail. But he is an obstacle. That is the one that would attack you during the boss fight at the end of the game as cut content. But he is used in the final level as he just perches up on a wall and breathes fire very annoyingly at a staircase you have to go up. So yeah, we can see one of the cylinders here that puts him back in his home position. It's cool seeing him. Oh, by the way, look at this misaligned text here. It's disgusting. Look at this. These window, whatever you call these, the embrasures in this stone text here. Yeah, and it's fine on this side here. Like these ones look correct, but and that's not out of bounds at all. I mean, that's just you can just literally be right here in the level and just look up.
It's accidentally shifted the UV slightly, I guess.
That's very funny.
Or maybe only shifted the bottom row. Roxel, did you fix those? Please tell me you fixed those in your mod. Please, please, please.
Just for answering a question from somebody in chat, since they might not necessarily know what we're doing here. So the bloody screen says, every time I think I have an idea for what purple spheres represent, it immediately stops making sense. You're right to be confused because they all represent potentially different things. All the purple stuff is just areas in the game that maybe something happens when something enters them. And so all of these things could be used for completely different actual checks. Maybe some of them are unused. Maybe one of them is a sound region that plays a music track or a sound event when you are near to it, or it could be used to test to see if you're inside it, or it could be checking to see if an enemy's inside it, or who knows what. All the purple stuff is used for things like that. And so the point of this stream is we're going through and looking at all of this stuff and trying to figure out what they do based on how they're used in the game scripts.
Mm-hmm. I'm realizing now I'm definitely going to have to get educated on and familiarize myself with Froxel's modding efforts because, yeah, if someone made the effort of fixing this, that's just like such a specific level of nerdery that is very specific to my interests. So like, that rules. That's
Roxel is very, very talented. I got her into Demon Souls modding. She did a lot of Final Fantasy 14 stuff. But she is on my Demon Souls Northern Limit restoration thing.
Awesome.
So
yeah, that rules.
She's very, very talented at modeling and dealing with the fuckery of how Demon Souls maps are put together half the time.
That's extremely cool. Yeah. That's I love that.
So a million shout outs.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that is. I never imagined anyone would try fixing that specific thing. So just like I love that.
Trans people do beautiful things.
Hell yeah. Okay, I'm gonna drop back into the map and we'll take a look at the next thing. So just one unused. Oh yeah, and where was the unused one located? Was that one of the duplicate ones, or is it just like
floating up in
Or just on
The
top
one
of
that
the
you were
bridge.
looking at before, stacked on top of one another.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So I don't have to go hunting that one down. Little phalanx, question mark, prevents something.
This is also in the phalanx arena.
Interesting.
Well, surrounding the entire phalanx arena. I think this is unused.
Okay, let's take a look.
80. Shut there.
Yeah, 280 doesn't pop up in the main event script at all. It also doesn't pop up in the event boss script either. So I believe it's just unused.
Pardon me, coughing right into the mic. Also, something I failed to mention this in my Demon Souls compare through is a huge oversight, and at some point whenever I get back to that project, I'll have to mention, maybe when I get back to the second half of Boletaria. There's music here when you pull the lever in the original version of Demon Souls. There's really simple 2-note melody that's cool. Where it's almost a gray area if it's diegetic audio. I'm kind of in the interpretation that it's not, but it kind of sounds like an alarm going off, right? To like this is this very brassy, just 2-note melody. It's so fucking cool. It's just not in the remake. They didn't. There's no
horns of like it starting off.
Yeah. There's just they don't have any equivalent there in the remake at all. There's no music or horns for that cutscene, and I'm like, no, how dare you?
Delete it entirely.
Yeah, it's just entirely missing. I'm like, bummer. That is a cool vibe, especially because I like that Demon Souls has a couple weird brief musical stings that are kind of compelling, like almost their own fucked up version of like a Zelda, like do 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 do. You know, like opening like, in the Nexus, when you finally like agree to the Monumental's mission or whatever, there's like this like plucking like dong 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 like brief little melody. It's like that only happens there. This melody only happens here. It's these brief little moments, and I'm just like, for the remake to have missed one of them is really frustrating. They do have the Monumental one, but. Okay.
The world needs more little musical cues that happen when something important happens.
Yeah. Souls games got to bring it back more. It is fun.
Like this be scared sting when you enter and leave the
Painted World. Okay, I mean, like, that's the worst they've ever done, but I love it because it's so bad. It's so bad it wraps back around to being good, but it is just so terrible.
Latria also has a bunch of little stingers whenever you open different Iron Maidens in the area, and it's like it's just like spooky sound effects where it's like dong, really fast or something. And those are randomized each time you open one. Actually, it's like within like 3 sound effects.
Okay, so little phalanx. Oh, so it's this big thing covering like the whole room, I'm guessing.
It's completely outside of the boss arena. Like you'd have to go through the wall to see it. It's
okay.
A smaller, shorter, or I shouldn't say smaller, but it's a shorter rectangle, completely surrounding the boss region.
Oh, okay. It's this one here, this really wide one.
Doesn't appear to be used. The Hoshi had no idea what it could possibly represent, I think, because it's just like little phalanx, and then who knows?
Yeah, because
Google Translate gives up and just says it's something about insect bites, basically, which is like, I don't think that's true.
Right. Yeah, because the way the fight works is like there's a bunch of little phalanx like kind of scattered around the room when the fight starts, but then there's also more that get shed from the core and like fall off during the fight, or like attack you while they're still attached as well to the core. So not too surprising to see some, like, again, if this isn't used at all, I could see them trying to initialize or dictate something with how much of small enemies are being handled in the room. So yeah.
Well, the thing is, the thing about phalanx, the hoplites is what they're called.
Yes, hoplites, yeah, the individual ones, yeah.
Or chibi phalanx, which is like my favorite way to call them because they're also referred to that internally.
I love that.
But the thing about them is they are pretty damn complicated because they can go back onto the phalanx and pop off of them as well.
They can go back
move
onto
around
it?
to guard it.
Hey, they are doing the move thing now. That's funny. I've never really seen, because I'm an invader, so their behavior is confused. Like, normally they'd just be attacking me, but now they're trying to remerge or go back to it. That's crazy. I didn't know that.
The phalanx boss becomes their functional home point that they shift back to, and different phases of the fight they move between popping off to attack the player and going back to defend the phalanx core.
Oh, I mean, okay, that does make sense. I probably have noticed the defensive behavior before too, but yeah, in my head, the only thing that happens is like, oh yeah, they pop off every now and again. Yeah, seeing them now run back to it is like, I've definitely never witnessed that behavior before.
That's cool.
Yeah, that is neat. Yeah, this is like a firebomb check boss fight. You just the main strat for this is like you pick up some firebombs earlier in the level, and you just pelt it with firebombs.
I remember how this looks. The boss basically has like a bunch of different points on them they can hook onto. They're also called juniors internally. They're called Phalanx Junior for each individual piece of them.
Yeah, I know I've mentioned this before, but I just find it interesting that in Dark Souls, the Phalanx of the Painted World officially are called Phalanx instead. But I'm like, oh, they're all individual ones, though. So, like, in an alternate universe, they could have been called Hoplites instead of Phalanx. Because that is what they are called, Hoplites here. The boss name is Phalanx, but...
Yeah, here's one of their states I'll just put in the chat. It's just Junior State 2 Core.
Oh, that's cool, Junior. I love that. That's fun. Look, I love the design of the core. It's a very cool looking thing with all the glowing blue crown of like tree branch looking stuff on top. I always thought that design was neat.
Yeah. But the region we're looking at doesn't seem to be
used. Cool.
Yeah.
All right, Black Summon. These are invader spawn locations, I'm guessing.
Yep.
Now
these are consistent throughout every map, by the way. They're always cylinders, and they have like the same names from 70 to 73 at max, I think.
That's cool.
So, it's total of 4 different points.
One of my first like Dark Souls projects was at all of testing and putting anything on the wiki was logging all of the invader spawn locations in Dark Souls 1. And even though I did a fair number of invasions in Demon Souls back in the day, I never went through the same effort and like figured it out. So like actually seeing where all of them are is like a complete new, like, you know, and I haven't done invasions in the game in forever basically. So
well, the region you're up, the cylinder you're actually right now, is that it right there?
Yeah, like I could tell that's going to be one of them. And actually this is an area where even if you hung out in the game and did a fair amount of invading, you can't normally do any multiplayer in Boletaria 1-1 until New Game Plus. So like this is an area where, like, you know, a lot of people would just kind of level up and do PvP along the way throughout the playthrough and then do a meta like hangout at the end of the game. So this is one of like the most under-recognized multiplayer zones in the game. And Genuine Buzz, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. Thank you, that rules. Really appreciate it. So yeah, I don't even know where the other ones are, but we can kind of just quickly run around the level. And I do remember just from when I was testing the mod that you sent me here to see the event regions that I saw some more of them. But it's like, if you asked me off the top of my head before, like, oh, where are the places you can invade from in Boletaria 1-1, or even any of the levels, like that, it's such a distant memory that I really don't know. But yeah, there's one here after the fog gate.
Yep, one at the very start of the stairs. The one after that is in the little like side building at the top of the like wall that goes down into the area.
Okay.
So like right before the stairs that drop down where you can jump to Ostrava.
Gotcha.
Is where that is. It's in that little room. And the final one is next to the little physics balls that you break, and they roll down and kill a bunch of Drecklings.
Oh yeah,
soldiers.
We did run past that before. Gee, I wonder what this region on the staircase is for. Very big mystery, that one. Yeah, we're gonna see this one here. Yeah, like I could not remember that this is an invader location, and then the other ones.
Oh, to answer us in the chat, yes, it does pick depending on whichever like one you are closest to, for whatever the player is, I believe. The thing about these events are they're kind of hard coded with their IDs, so they don't really pop up anywhere else. You can't like check the event data in the map and see anything about it.
Oh, so I'm pretty confident. So let's see. I asked, yeah, does the invasion spawn point independent at which event region the player was closest to? No, it's just the collision that the invader is standing on. So it's like going to be divided.
Oh,
shit. I'm just assuming that based on Dark Souls 1, but I feel pretty confident in saying that because it's going to be the earlier Souls games didn't target the host like as later on, and the Dark Souls 1 remaster did change like how invasion zoning worked a little bit, and you could from the same location pop out in two different locations depending on where the host is. It would try to like quote unquote follow the host, but yeah, these earliest versions of these games didn't do anything like that. Like you use your invasion item in a part of the level, 100% guarantee that you are always tied to popping out at the same location. So yeah, so it's just kind of like, you know, the level boundaries aren't, sometimes they're obvious, sometimes they're not. Like I don't know if invading from right here would spawn me at that one, or if like maybe you'd have to walk through this to be tied to this one, and trying to invade from here would put me back at the previous one. You know, like I don't actually know how it's divided.
I guess I have to use nav meshes to look for the closest collision to you, right? Or just draw, I don't know, it's weird.
Yeah. And so I was very thorough about that when I tested the invader spawn locations in Dark Souls 1, because I didn't just list out the places you can invade from. I tested the boundaries for all of them, being like, between here and here is where it ties to this location. But between here and here is where it ties to this location. So, okay.
That's interesting. I don't have, there's not really like checking internally to see which it goes to. So I always just assume it's just picked via closest to the start, because it's kind of like, you know, it's tied. I'd assume when loading into another map, it would check the original C000 like host for their position and everything, and what collision they're tied to.
Let's see.
I think it'd take the same amount of effort to like store your position and find the latest than to find another, but maybe by connection wise, it's better to go with your own because it's closer to it. I don't know.
I don't immediately see anything in the map data that reminds me of how DS1 handles it, right? Because so in DS1, all of the collisions basically say, if you invade from me, here's where you would spawn. And I don't see anything like that. So it is possible it's doing a direct distance check or a nav mesh distance check or something like that.
I think there was more information provided on the wiki, surprisingly, because like someone else I made the page for the invader spawn locations, but someone else eventually did a deeper dive. So let me just Dark Souls 1 invader spawn locations. Let's see, invasion spawn locations. So yeah,
it says it might use the NVM group or something.
It's tied to MPID, it's called, or something like that. Whatever that is. So it's like a chunk of the map.
Multiplayer ID.
Multiplayer ID. So multiplayer ID like 101000, for example, is like the first area of the Undead Burg. Yeah. So that is an interesting question. So I don't know how the multiplayer ID is tied to parts of the map, like where that's. Like I don't know if you could just see that in Smithbox easily, or if that's like some obscure shit. You know, like.
At least for DS Map Studio, it's not like there is a spot on collisions for like multiplayer specific things.
I'll link the wiki page I made on the map. So I made this page, but the MPIDs were added by someone else afterwards, and that last bullet explaining how it's different in Dark Souls Remastered was also added by someone else afterwards, where they get the deep dive on how the remaster works differently, which is wild. Are all triggers visible at all times in this mode, even if they're tendency based? Yes, absolutely. Yeah, that's the good thing, is like we don't have to like load at different instances of the map to see like different event regions. They're all here at the same time, thankfully. Even if
we're not actually looking at the triggers. We are looking at big geometry that happens to be placed in the exact same spot as all of the actual triggers are.
Yes.
So yeah, they'd be here no matter what. They're just, fancy looking walls.
Yes.
Thanks to George and Molly's very hard work on this.
Yeah. To re-explain again, Dark Souls 1 has a way to draw like the event regions and stuff like that. Demon Souls Debug didn't. We could only see these in a map viewer and not in game like we are right now. But Molly and George tag teamed batch processing these wireframe models to be placed on top of all of them. So we have these like redundant objects that are just like layered on top of them, displayed at once, which is huge. If the game wasn't modded, Debug could not show this on its own. So no one's really ever looked at the original Demon Souls like this before, which is very cool to me. Okay, so we have start boss logic, nothing too fancy there. I'm assuming that's just, surrounding the fog gate. Boss exit effect, boss entrance effect, boss archstone effect. I don't think there's any mysteries here. We see a couple boss archstone SFX. That's not too surprising to me, because when you first kill the boss, there's like an extra glowing effect for its soul being attached to the archstone or whatever.
A large kind of sphere of souls drops down onto the archstone.
Yeah, so that's gonna be one of them, and the other one is maybe just the archstone itself. I guess maybe, I don't know.
Boss exit is just the back fog wall. Boss entrance is just the front fog wall, and the archstone SFX is one of them is the glowing that happens. Where it kind of like lights up all the sword and the archstone itself, and the other one is a drop SFX after you defeat the boss.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and kill the boss real quick so we can see like the orb fall into place. It's pretty neat. I could just drag its HP to 0, but I guess it'll be dead pretty soon.
It'll take slightly longer because the the hoplites are healing it as you attack it.
All these things I don't remember about the fight. That is right. Yeah, maybe
the temptation to hit character manager and go to C5001.
Yeah, and just drag its HP to 0. All right, well, here, I'll hit it and the hoplites at the same time, so it's gonna get less healing.
No, you know what you need. You need a super long sword.
I do need a super long sword. That would solve this real quick. Yeah, I guess the healing is more severe than I realized. Because I normally what you do in the fight is you kind of run around and clear out like loose hoplites, or you'll throw a bunch of fire bombs, but yeah, so I'm not normally like beating on it with all of them attached to it like that. But yeah, you can see this SFX drop into place on the archstone, which is a really cool visual effect. It's just like a fun thing to happen after the boss fight. Yeah, so there's an effect of like a glowing. We were gonna pick it up when you go to interact with this archstone for the first time. That's how you pick up the boss soul. I now that I'm seeing this again, I kind of miss that as well. Like you might just get like boss souls from bosses in later games when you beat them or whatever. Picking it up off a thing is super cool. Yeah, and you pick it up and that big glowing effect around the archstone disappears. So it's like, it is funny how like Demon Souls is like fancier in some ways, like it's really basic and clunky in other ways that, the later games are so much more polished, but sometimes there's like these little touches to the environment that are just like feel kind of fancier. There's also stuff like pulling out the special weapons. It's like the later games
I would say
don't do that
Demon
so much.
Souls' environments and typical use of SFX and how like they have specific animations for actions more than other games are a lot better than anything else from us made past that.
Yeah, they were doing cool shit here. Yeah, there's special weapons you can get, which are just literally in the environment when you find them. Like Sword in the Stone type thing, you'll find a sword sticking out of the ground, and then when you go to pick it up, there'll be an animation of you pulling it out of the ground, and then it's added to your inventory. And it's like, oh shit, like where's that in the later games?
I wonder how much of this is them trying to make something that is kind of like Oblivion or whatever, right? Like that's the story behind it. You know, those games you find weapons out in the world and whatever. And then after they went to DS1 where they didn't do it and all of a sudden had this like genre shaping of, you know, game on their hands, then it was like, well, we don't need to do that. Like DS1 didn't have that stuff, so let's just completely drop it now.
Yeah.
You know, you would find all this stuff on item corpses because that's how everything is handled.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. There's some very charming touches here in Demon Souls that I miss.
Although I will say I think it's kind of interesting because isn't it DS2 specifically that there's no treasure for or no, DS3 does this as well, for getting the seed of a tree of giants. It's like it's visually on the model and you can go up and
yes,
get it.
That is there too. Yeah. Does 3 do the same? Or does
I
3
think
just
3 spawns a fake treasure corpse, but I don't know if it actually puts the shiny there.
Interesting?
I'm not sure if it changes the model either.
In 2 straight up, yeah, it's just hanging from the tree and you get it and you just watch it disappear as soon as you touch it, like, as soon as you interact. But again, if it was as fancy as Demon Souls, though, they would have had a special animation for you like plucking it from the tree. You know, like that's like
that would be cool. I would love to see that.
Yeah, like to see you like grab it. It's like the one thing they're missing. So for Moralda conversation, let's go to the execution yard.
One thing I was going to say while you're on your way there is I know we've only seen one map so far, but I will say I feel like the invasion spawn locations here are a little bit more they just sort of put them down, as opposed to at least the ones in DS1. They tend to be like up on a ledge or something, so you can see people coming and, you know, stuff like that. This one was way more of just like, well, it's in a staircase somewhere. Like, I'm sure it's still considered and whatever, and maybe the other ones are a bit better, but yeah, these felt a little bit.
Yeah, some of them are a little claustrophobic here. Yeah. So this is a fun one that I was asked about recently because I couldn't remember the specifics. Moralda only talks to you if both of you are in human form, which to say she's in human form just means white world tendency instead of black world tendency, because there's 2 different versions of Moralda that can appear. In fact, I'll change my world tendency and show it. But in light world tendency, she shows up here in body form, and in dark world tendency, she shows up in this corner in black phantom form. But this box here is for initializing her dialogue in some way. I did look ahead at this. Of course, I don't know how to data mine on the level that y'all do, so I don't know the specifics. I can say
this appears to just set an event flag that then her dialogue stuff is
it's just
so it's not doing
USD.
anything fancy. It's just, are you standing here?
Gotcha. And what it does...
Well, it's not even, are you standing here? It's, did you just walk in here? Because
exactly.
It's a just in event.
And with some testing here, I can actually provide more detail on exactly how it plays out, because it's not triggering the dialogue simply when you stand in here. Like you said, it's setting an event flag that when she like aggroes on you, then the dialogue will happen, as long as you satisfy this condition of having stepped in here initially. Because I did some stuff where I think like I froze her, or I was a different team type, walked in here, walked back out here, and then it wasn't until she fought me out here, as soon as I changed my team type or whatever, that suddenly, or I changed myself back to human form, then instantly like the dialogue happened or whatever. So it's like you don't have to be standing in here for the dialogue to happen, but you do have to walk through there to set up the dialogue to happen. But yeah, let's see if I go to...
That's also interesting to me, because that is, to me, feels a little bit more complex than how we see NPC interactions in the later games, where they just sort of show up and you either talk to them or whatever. Like there's way less of well, obviously there's no world tendency stuff, but like even checking if you're in this region, I think they would have just in the later games, or at least DS1, I feel like they would just do a basic region check rather than have the ESD then do additional stuff on it. It would just be, oh, did you enter this region? The NPC is going to yell at you from wherever type thing. But
Yeah, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to change my team type so that I'm no longer considered a human form. Or character type. Oh no, I'm changing someone else. Shit. Well, hopefully that wasn't Meralda, and hopefully that doesn't confuse anything. It's fine. I changed it back to what it was. I'm sure it's fine. So there we go. Now
that was Meralda.
that was Meralda. She's probably fine. Here we go. So like now I'm in like spirit form, like as if I died. And it is very interesting that they've required you to be in human form. It's such a specific condition. Like, I don't know why it would matter.
Well, she's trying to steal your soul.
That is fucking
And
cool.
If
I
you
love.
are in your body form, you have your soul inside of you still.
Okay, that is extremely cool. Here, let me kill off these druglings. Or else I could change my team type, but I want to remain hostile to the enemy, so Meralda actually aggroes on me. Yeah, so normally she would have dialogue where she would aggro as soon as she sees me, because obviously I've already stepped into the box at this point. But because I'm fucking around here, she's going to aggro, not say anything. But I already set up the condition that if I'm human, she will talk to me, so I'm going to change my character type back. And then now the dialogue's actually beginning.
I have you now, wretched traitor to the king. I, Meralda, shall show you no mercy.
Yeah, she's extremely cool. I'm gonna let her kill me because that's extremely cool as well. Or I'll just drag my HP to 0 while she's fighting me. I love this bit of dialogue.
Are you dead already? Oh, you deserve it.
And the Demon Souls remake didn't do the doubling up demonic lower pitched voice that fades in with her voice. It's just a normal human speaking voice. And I'm like, oh, come on, remake. Are you missing these? Like, I get that's like a little over the top, but that's what makes it fucking cool, though. I'm like, come on, remake. It's frustrating. I'm gonna reload the map. So yeah, it's extremely cool that there's an event region for setting up that specific dialogue with her. Again, if you're in ghost form, you don't hear any of that, or if it's black world tendency and she's her black phantom form, then she also doesn't say anything. So,
well, the thing is, technically speaking, the region itself does not check whether you are like human or not. It's her ESD and everything that is checking. The region just enables a flag. Her ESD then takes over and does all the stuff with like everything else involved.
Very cool.
But it could be done through script.
Next we have Prince Rendell, who is Ostrava. Yeah, let's go.
Yep, it's right. It's the little jump point that you land onto. I think it's the trigger for him going, that was a boat jump indeed.
I love that dialogue. Yeah, let's go check that out. Yeah, this is a very fun thing that... And I'll explain when we get there, but I didn't understand mantling the first time I played Demon Souls, and a lot of other people didn't. Because I remember advice back in the day where people would suggest rolling off the stairs to get to him, which is completely unnecessary. I was not the only person who did that. So, like, there were some of us back in the day that just didn't engage with the mantling or understand it. Very funny.
This region is unused, by the way. It might be used in the ESD. It has an events ID, but it's just not called for at all in the script.
It is not used in his ESD.
Okay, it's clearly unused then. Granted, it could be tracking a different thing to see when you actually do that event, to be honest. It doesn't have to be a giant region.
It is looking for...
If you're just talking to him
close enough, and event flag 16,000 to be on.
I do see that in the thing. The actual script for the check checks if it is complete. I think this is the Brendel check. Yeah, this is for checkpoint stuff. That's funny. Okay, well, I mean, you can't talk to them unless you jump down from up there. So, assumedly, given they had a region covering it, maybe they were like covering it to make sure that if the player jumped down there, it would activate it at some point in time before just getting rid of it, because you could just skip that step of the talk cycle and move to the next one once he jumped down too. But it's unused, yeah.
Let's go take a look.
You can't talk to him unless you're standing next to him. He jumps down after the Draglings are killed. So
Here's Ostrava. He's hanging out. He's got these Draglings kind of pestering him down there. If you meet him down there without jumping down to him first, he does ask for help with the Draglings, I believe, but not in the same. There's unique dialogue. But yeah, when I played this game on PS3 back in the day, in my first couple playthroughs, I would like try to roll off the stairs to get to him. And it's funny because mantling was mentioned in the game manual, so like we kind of knew of it. And there's a spot in Latria where you can like drop down a ledge and your only way back out is through mantling back up, and like that's kind of where we were like forced to engage with that mechanic more. But yeah, a lot of people back in the day we just rolled here, but you can just literally hold walk in this direction and you're good. So I see. Yeah, here's the unused region. But yeah, this dialogue is great because he compliments you on jumping down, which again, I love more dialogue in the Souls games to like refer to actions you just took. Not that they never do that. Dark Souls 3 has a great example when you kill the giant before Patches. When Patches is like lowering the thing and telling you like, "Haha, you're gonna have to face the giant," and then if you already killed the giant, he's like, "Wait, what did you do?"
That was a bold jump. A surprise indeed. Well,
I will say, though,
you are
compared to
here,
other Souls games, I
Kraven,
absolutely just,
fend
I
off
love and
these
adore
draglings.
the line deliveries in Demon Souls. It's just so, like,
Yes.
perfect. Not
Yes.
like the voice acting in other games isn't as good. I think it's universally good, but just, there are so many line reads in this game that I adore.
Absolutely. The ones that I was always most critical of and kind of agreed with is I always felt like Old King Doran was a little stiff. Maybe it works for his character because he's like kind of like old and weird and is talking very royally. That was like the one voice I didn't buy too much, but every other voice in the game is like so iconic to me and sounds better than it does in the remake.
I think it works because it's like he's a mythical person. He's not like actually real and standing there. He's kind of a creation of souls that is like fulfilling his ancient duties.
Like,
so him talking in this crazy way is
show the power of thine souls, like very like whatever he says is very like it's a little wooden, but I can buy it. But yeah,
show be thine strength and the strength of thine souls.
Yeah. But yeah, the Maid in Black is iconic. Ostrava's so good.
That was a bold jump. A surprise indeed. Well, now that you are here, pray thee, fend off these draglings.
Yeah, this dude rules. Cool. So Prince Rendell home position, where's that located?
It's right down.
Courtyard.
Oh yeah, because he's just gonna jump down right after we kill the Druglings.
Walks there right after.
Yeah, literally just needs all of them dead. Oh, and this is kind of funny for anyone in chat who hasn't played Demon Souls. There's like an ongoing escort mission where he's not as clumsy and helpless as. There's a bit of a Siegmeyer thing going on with him where you do rescue him a few times. But after you rescue him, instead of him just sitting there, like he straight up like he patrols and shit, and it's kind of interesting.
My thanks for your bravery. I am Ostrava of Boletaria. Accept this as a token of my gratitude.
He doesn't start moving until you talk to him, but once you do, then he kind of patrols around looking for any people who are left alive.
Yeah, and like so he'll get into combat with enemies, and like he could die potentially. He would probably survive combat with most. If you let him get into the full pack of Draglings at the end of this path, probably he could die. So you just kind of want to.
He just gets like, doesn't he get stuck in that loop of dialogue after where he just continually goes like, "Is there any single sane person left in Boletaria?"
Yes, yeah,
over again.
He says that in the sec when you get him in the next area, the next level, 1-2.
No matter how far I venture.
Oh no, maybe it is already here.
Staffed remain. Is there a single sane person left in Boletaria?
It's so good. It's so good. It's cool, and I just like the dynamicness of this, of just like an NPC walking around and fighting enemies. Again, stuff you don't really see in...
Yeah, they like super gave up on a lot of the dynamic movement stuff.
Yeah.
NPCs became so static after Demon Souls.
Well, that was the complaint in Elden Ring, is like, how are you going to find these people? They just sort of appear in some random location, do their weird line, and then vanish to the other side of the map. Like, at least in DS1 and those games, you would probably naturally encounter them. But I also really like, what if the NPCs and enemies and stuff are just like wandering around? That seems way more realistic to me. I'm sure it's a lot more work for them and whatever, but
Yeah.
I can't believe they just haven't come back to this concept.
Yeah, because this is extremely
it's
cool.
literally just assigning move points is the thing, you know? Like, it basically, within, like, map data, it really shouldn't be hard to do. I guess they're afraid of moving NPCs around too much and giving off a state of like, oh, but they could miss them because they're not around here. But Elden Ring's map is so huge. Like, how are you... Come on.
Speaking of move points, we did just have a very funny interaction here where he missed it because he was in combat with the enemy. So he wound up down here, which is the next direction to go in his path, but he had to walk back upstairs, touch it to get the instruction to walk downstairs. That's very funny.
Yep.
Yeah, and that's the final point. He hits that and was going to turn around, but he got into combat with these dreglings. Yeah, this is a very fun interaction. It's basically if Siegmeyer was a little more confident and actually fought things. Very cool. Oh yeah, and I think that's still not the end of his patrol path. I think he's gonna come back up here and then go towards that one last enemy down there.
I suppose we'll see all these at some point. Oh, no, we're labeling them. Yeah.
We're labeling them.
I just went ahead and labeled them because
Yeah.
they're just way ahead of it, yeah.
Cool. Yeah, he's gonna hit that one and turn right. Yeah, let's go. It's so cool.
Interesting that they don't just reuse the existing ones to have him come back, but I guess they can't do that, can they? Well, I don't know. I don't know how the move point code works. Because it's just a big list. Can you not? Or just, I don't know.
If a NPC reaches the end of their list, they restart back at the very first point of them. And since typically they're not using like move points don't use the nav mesh to actually get around. So they just walk in a direct line. So they had to re-add new ones, so they weren't going to finish and then try and walk through walls to go back to their
what I
start
mean
point.
is why do they need to have these return points? Why can't they do A, B, C, D, C, B, A, for example, right? And then it restarts and he's now back at the start. Like, can you not repeat points in the move point list? I guess probably
I'm sure you
not.
could. I don't super know. A lot of my own experience with move points in Demon Souls is characters that move in a straight line then die at the end of it because that's just how the event works. So I guess they could do that, but maybe they just wanted to give separate ones because these have entity IDs and everything.
Yeah, they may also need to tweak it for him pointing in the just correct direction so he can, like, go up the stairs or, not try and get too stuck on them. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's just for fine-tuning movement. That does use nav mesh stuff. It's weird because some characters use nav mesh to always navigate. Some characters just, straight line half the time. There's a lot of older ones though, and birds.
I do want to point out, Corn Dog Requiem in chat made a point about the graphics holding up. Yes, the art direction of Demon Souls is fantastic, but it is worth pointing out that in emulation, this is upscaled to 4K and has like some extra anti-aliasing stuff added on to help with that resolution increase. The original game would have been
4K.
Yeah. The original game would have been 720. And I'm only streaming in 1440p though, but yeah, the original resolution of the game would have been 720p, so it would have been a lot like fuzzier. But aside from that, though, that's literally the only thing that's happened to the graphics here. Literally just upscaled and with some anti-aliasing. There's no texture mods, there's no lighting mods, there's nothing like that is going on at all. Yeah, the game looks great, and just the fact that the remake didn't alongside with it get just like a remaster like this released for it is really frustrating to me. Because yeah, there's no reason you shouldn't just be able to like buy it and have it look like this today. Okay, so we'll scroll down the spreadsheets. We have Ostrava points. Okay, yes, I see. We did get some stuff in between. Position common soldier's face. Position common soldier's face. Oh wait, oh no, I actually don't know which enemy that's gonna be. Is that gonna? Because I know there's some stuff with soldiers moving around blue cylinders, but I don't think it's these guys. Yeah, where is this first one? This 2045 or whatever that is.
Oh, it's the... Go back to where Ostrava walks out of. This region is...
It's to the left there.
I don't... Okay, here's this. They play an... This seems to be unused, right?
I was going to
This
say, I don't see
like
this showing up anywhere unless it's in, like, their AI, maybe? But
No, I don't think it. They got... could be, but...
it's that tall, thin pillar in that shack after you come out of the Ostrava's courtyard to your left.
So the thing is, there are enemies behind some doors, and they kick it open.
Yes, yeah, that's where
I think that enemy is supposed to be like it. That's for like what target they're facing while playing the animation, but I don't see it on the actual script.
Yeah, unfortunately, I didn't get to show it off very well because I kind of like was looking back at Ostrava or kind of turning the camera around when I initially ran back here, but I ran through and it triggered a thing where they kicked the door open. That's where those two soldiers popped out from, is from inside this room.
Yeah, I would just expect to see something in the script that like rotates them to face that, but
I think it's they're playing a standard animation, not locked onto anything because their AI is disabled until the animation's over. So as long as the MSB they're pointed in the right direction, it shouldn't be a problem.
Again, this is the thing is like, did they put this cylinder in here and then say, okay, whoever adds the enemy, they need to face this pillar? It doesn't do anything, but
so
which weird has an entity ID, right?
Right.
Which cylinder is it exactly? Is it this really thin one right here?
It's the little really thin one against the stables.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, stable storage, I guess.
Yeah.
Stable storage.
Barrel storage.
Barrel storage. There are stables
Yes.
around, and this is kind of just like it's just storage for barrels, I guess.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like this would be needed. I don't know. It depends on how the enemies are set up. Like I imagine they're probably in a null AI state before they kick the doors open. So like I doubt
their AI is disabled until it happens.
100%. 100%. Yeah. So it's not like they're like facing the wrong direction and reacting to the sound of me rolling around and stuff like that, like as I approach. So yeah, it really doesn't seem like they would need to use something like this. So also I can already see other stuff over here that has to be unused content, because like what the hell are those other cylinders back there? So we might see those in a second.
Yeah, just in case, I did check the enemy's like battle AI to see if it had anything in it for directly facing a region. It does not at all.
Ooh.
I'm gonna do a full search of all the games files for 2045, but I don't think it's gonna come up with anything. But that's gonna take a few minutes, so we might as well move on. I think this is probably, my best guess is this is
cut content
stuff
or
that we've
like,
seen.
Yeah. Especially because, again, I can already see a couple other blue cylinders over here that look incredibly suspect, because these are not patrol points for Ostrava. He does not go back into this hallway. So I'm just like, there's something funky is happening here. We'll probably see those in a second. Okay, but common soldiers jump/fall down, that we do know exactly what that is. Yeah. We just saw that a moment ago. I'll run back up there.
It's in a rectangle across the top of it.
Exactly. For chat's sake, we'll just head back this way.
That one is in the script and everything. It's very simple. It just plays an animation for a character ID, and then when it ends, it ends.
Yeah. We're going to walk through this box, and we're going to see them jump down, because it's a trap. Oh, fancy. But again, because I'm the wrong team type and they don't know how to aggro, eventually they give up and want to walk back to that spot, which is a very funny behavior. I will put them out of their misery so they don't have to embarrass themselves. How does that sound? There you go.
An interesting thing is those enemies also have a secondary thing. So it's not only triggered by like if you walk through. They also have a on simple damage, where upon like taking damage, they will run the event as well.
That makes sense. Yeah, because if you like shot an arrow at them, they want them to hop down as well.
They want them to jump down, not just stand there and take it.
Yeah, not just stand there, because that is out of bounds from the player's perspective. There's no way to get up there actually. So that's like
we've seen similar stuff when we did the DS1. You can like I was having a laugh to myself when I was reading that event just now, because I was like, you can see how this got turned into the event script, like the event maker event script, because they do the exact same thing of if you deal damage or you walk into the trigger, then do this, and then have separate logic for, okay, but if they jump down because of the trigger, then it does some extra stuff that they, it short circuits if you just directly deal damage to them. So yeah, I was like, oh wow, they did the exact same type of thing, but of course it's written in Lua here. So
yeah. So common soldier charge / sudden attack.
The first one doesn't have an entity ID, so that's not going to do anything.
Ooh. Where's that located?
That is right before the Dregling Merchant. It's on their own little personal bridge.
I saw that, and I was wondering what the heck that was. So is it the purple box or the blue cylinder?
It's the box across it.
Interesting. Yeah, because
there is an enemy dummied out inside of the room. It is my thought that before they put the merchant in here, this was meant to be another pathway that they would kick a door down, and then you would be attacked again.
That seems pretty accurate to me.
Gotcha.
As somebody who doesn't know, I'm just like, box, enemy behind door. Yeah.
You know what this is? This is exactly, we literally saw the exact same thing play out in the Undead Burg in Dark Souls 1, because in the Undead Burg...
They keep trying this stuff.
Yeah, in the Undead Burg, there is that one hollow that kicks the door open, It's like everyone is familiar with that event. It's like right near the bonfire. However, when you go a little further up into the level, and again, this just repeating this, you can see this from our Dark Souls 1 data mining streams. There's that pack of 3 hollows where one throws a firebomb, and there's that door that you need a key to get into, where that leads to like the chest that has like the lightning pine resin. Those 3 hollows, there's dummied out enemies who also would have kicked that door open. There's an unused event region. So we're literally seeing the same thing here, where it's like they've removed an enemy kicking this door open, because later in the level they did include another spot where the enemies down there kick that door open. So we're seeing literally the same thing play out, where they're playing around with...
They got one guy on staff who's just like, can we put a door? Can we get somebody jumping on your head? Can we get the like kick open the door thing? Can we do it this time, please? I'll put it in the map. You guys decide later on.
So yeah.
Do you want to hear a fun fact real quick about this?
Yeah.
We know the exact day this event was disabled. It was disabled June 28th, 2008.
That rules.
And we know that because the comment, they left a little comment that they removed it for now right above it, and they have their name and everything.
Their name and the date. That's great.
Yeah, they had their name and date, and they just disabled it, and they copied and pasted the part of the script that just leaves the door consistently open when unload.
Yeah, timeline of Boletaria development stuff happening. That's so cool.
You see this sometimes in Demon Souls. That's why it's so much fun
I
to
like
data
that
mine.
the comment there translates. I mean, again, I'm just using Google Translate, but it just says for now. Just comment it out for now.
For now, end up being forever.
Yeah.
Someone said before Obama. That's so funny, just out of time the history to real world events. This was slightly before
Maybe
Obama.
Those two things are related to it.
These are extremely related. Right before Obama, they removed the store.
Thanks, Obama. We can blame him for, even though he was like just slightly after this was removed. Damn, it's Obama's fault. Okay, so we'll scroll.
He's too busy with the Chaos Emeralds.
So the next common soldier sudden charge attack thing. Okay, so no, that was the cut one, the one that was -1. Yeah.
Yeah, the next one is the giant box that actually works, where when you step out to it with Ostrava, you get attacked
Oh,
by
okay.
them.
Gotcha. Cool. So yeah, no.
That one is used.
Yeah,
it's actually right beneath the commented out one.
Cool. So yeah,
I find it interesting that they actually
skip past all
removed the
that.
entity ID for the removed one. Like normally they don't bother with that. It's very odd. Anyway,
For what removed one? Like the door itself?
when we were previously looking at with the -1 entity ID, is like normally they wouldn't bother removing the entity ID for it, right? They just leave it as 21 whatever and turn off the script, right? Like we saw that comment turning it off, but like they don't.
Oh,
need
for
to
the
remove
script, yeah.
entity ID
That
for it.
I don't know why they did that.
Yeah. If you're but I guess I'm like, why not just remove it? It's like, well, because clearly whoever did it was intending, like, well, maybe we'll bring this back at some point. So I don't know. Maybe they're just being thorough.
Yeah, they could have just batch deleted the reference to 240 as well and called it a day, to be honest.
Yeah.
Or it could have been another person who just did it just in case because they weren't sure if it was commented out or not. I don't know.
Okay, so a little bit further down now, we have River Haze stuff with -1s. Are these points here back at the beginning of the level above the water? Heck?
River Haze.
Yes, I believe so. It's kind of hard to keep. There's so many. I gotta like start labeling in my own map studio for what we've done.
Yeah, it looks like they're used to me.
We just looked at the box. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, because we can see fog above the water. It's funny, upstream and downstream. So upstream or downstream is the one to our left of the bridge, I would assume, because the water is going in that direction. It looks like. So upstream must be this other one off to the right of the bridge.
These are unused.
What?
These points were eventually thrown onto the map piece MO201BO.
Gotcha.
Which is the like massive, like, it's a section of the mountain behind the start of the player.
Gotcha. Cool. Again, just another one of those examples if they had a more specific placement, but then found a way to kind of generalize it. So.
Yep.
Let's see. It is just funny seeing stuff labeled like that because I've never thinking about like, oh, there's the upstream of the river and the downstream of the river. You know, I don't know. Just
Yeah. For some reason, I was like, River Haze is like a name. People. Somebody should name a D&D character that.
Yeah. Someone on
that
the
would
planet.
be. Yeah, that is a really.
Yeah. Someone's used that
Someone
name somewhere.
has named that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Someone has just actually named that somewhere.
Any people thinking about changing their name? That's a good one.
Yeah. And if you already have that name,
River Haze.
I hope you're honored to be referenced in Demon Souls.
Yeah.
But are you upstream or downstream?
I think we all have to look within ourselves to answer that question.
It's true.
Someone said country singer River Haze, but not Haze with a Z, but with a Y. That's funny. Yeah.
This next one is all the way back over by Ostrava in the little like interior like, you know the hallway where there's two raised sections and one to the left and right.
Yes.
It's right in there.
Gotcha.
I don't see any. These don't have an event ID tied to them at all.
So these are also unused then.
Well,
what does for
knight
knight and for bow soldier mean? I don't.
It's move points, I think. I think it's for them to maneuver around this area. They don't. Well, yeah, they just don't have like IDs.
Yeah.
They don't, no. And neither of these enemies even have an entity ID attached to them either. So I guess it's probably unused as a move point.
Yeah.
Are these the blue cylinders in that little like hallway that's off to the side? That has like the one item at the end of it. Or are these?
It's along the path that Ostrava walks through.
Okay, let's take a look. Head back down here.
Yeah, it's this room that has these like raised sections on either side.
Oh, okay.
Pillars in between them and all.
Don't kill
Yeah.
Ostrava by accident. Okay. Not like it matters that much, but
reload the area, and he was never gone.
Oh, it's these things. Interesting. So maybe they wanted more dramatic lighting by the open windows originally, but it just didn't happen.
For
No, we're
what?
talking about the cylinders.
Oh, the cylinders.
cylinders,
I'm
not
so
the
confused.
points.
Oh, okay, yeah, I'm looking ahead. Oh, because there's redundant. Well,
Yeah, I think maybe the intention was at some point that they'd have a, I guess a soldier patrolling back and forth in this room or around. I don't know where these cylinders go, but yeah, one's at one entrance and one's at the other entrance. I don't know. I'm lost. I don't know my way around this map at the best of times. So
I think maybe this was removed because these two enemies are walking the exact same path, and they didn't
That's
want
a good
them
point.
jumping into each other.
yeah, it's like they're kind of following Ostrava's path to some extent. So
Yeah.
okay. Estrava's out here just fighting things.
Well, the knight does walk out, right?
I don't think
Or
so.
is that just because I think that's just their hearing range, honestly.
Yeah, I think that's right. I don't think they patrol, but I think they probably just react to you.
does the knight even have an entity ID?
No, they don't. Neither does the bow soldier.
Oh yeah, I forgot that I just have things disabled so that I am an invader basically. Yeah, so if they're gonna be patrolling, they'd already be doing it. Yeah.
They would, yeah.
Yeah.
This does not have anything attached to it. So all of these are unused.
Cool.
I'll say knight, patrol point, or what do we call them? We call them move points, I guess. Knight move point.
Next would be down in the executioner's pit
Okay.
at the bottom of it. It's a sound region.
Cool. I'll go ahead and teleport back there.
It's also one we can kind of check off along the way as we're walking past it, because all the next ones are like just through this area. But there's a little region past the door that you open to get down to the executioner grounds. And that just sets an event flag, and that's it.
Oh yeah, this little one right immediately past the door.
Yeah.
And what you said it sets an event flag, but it's not actually used for anything though, or
I'm checking right now to see
Oh, gotcha.
what it's used for.
Which one is this? Is this 2020?
I'll scroll down here.
Yes, this is 2020. It sets event flag 201.
I don't know who would be checking for this, but
I think it's to make sure the door stays open. No, like, that's like 200.
I have.
What are you? You are 140.
Do I dare climb this ladder? It's going to be like 40 seconds before I'm in control of the game again.
It's not that long. It's not that long.
No, it's close to 30. I think it's a little under 30 seconds, maybe. I don't know.
I climbed a ladder the size of the Empire State Building in this game. Nothing compares.
This is cue all the Snake Eater references. This is where it's most deserved in any Souls game. It's not the tallest ladder, but just the length combined with how slow ladder climbing is in this game is so damn funny. It's like it's realistic.
It's good.
It's realistic. Like, yeah, you're in a pretty heavy armor. You're not going to be speed climbing a ladder. Why would you?
Can I link that little Empire State Building video I was talking about?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Or
Yeah.
Just like, I don't know if he'll get eaten.
Go
when I
ahead.
link it.
Go ahead and try to link it in the chat. I think it'll be good though. Let me know when you post it, and then I can see if it did
I
get.
just sent it.
Let's see. If it didn't work, yeah,
I don't see it.
I don't see it. So here's what I'm gonna do. Just type like hello or something like that in the chat. If I make you a mod, I think it'll work.
Yeah.
So here we go. Add as moderator. Standard moderator. Ta-da! So now go ahead and try posting the link again. Yes.
Yep.
Yep. Hell yeah. Awesome.
Cool.
So I see corpse gutter. Is that like this?
It's a big box at the very bottom of it.
It's this big box. Gotcha.
Yeah, it has a sound.
Interesting. Which I'm not entirely sure what that. Oh yeah, there's a bit of like there's like a drippy like interior like occasional sounds of dripping and stuff like that. That wouldn't be outside of this area. So. Yeah. Cool. That's not too unexpected. I feel stupid because I damn it. Well, that's one way to get back out of there quickly. In my Demon Souls compare through, I talked about how there were a bunch of like corpse objects in that area that aren't in the game, but you see them in the map data, and then they show up in the remake. So it's like, oh, the remake actually like reinstated a little bit of like what's technically cut content, dubbed out content. There's a lot more corpses in that area, but they're based on the original map data. How fascinating. It turns out I gave Bluepoint a little bit too much credit. Because no, I don't know what was wrong, but just like something was wrong with the emulator at the time that I made those videos, and just not all of the corpses were rendering there at the time, but now they are. So I didn't even think to look at it until more recently, because someone was like, hey, I'm playing on PS3 and I do see all the corpses in there. And then I fired it up and I went back and took a look and they were all there. And I was like, God damn it. Like, you can see in my video that they're not there. you know, and I didn't remove them or mod them, but just maybe something was wrong with the emulator at the time that just a few specific corpse objects were, in the map data weren't loading or something. I don't know how that would happen.
There were some models early on in RPCS3 that would not load properly. The largest example was the Fallen Heart in Latria. That wouldn't load at all.
Crazy, because
it had dropped.
Interesting. Oh, you know what? I think maybe I did run into that and forgot about that. God damn it. Yeah, I didn't think of that at all. So, oops. That's another thing I would have to correct in a future video.
What is this big pit's name?
We can call it the Executioner's Pit, or Meralda's Pit, or something like that. Yeah, Executioner's Pit is better sounding. Team type was that what I was trying to change. Keep forgetting what I'm doing. Yeah. Yeah, so we have the top and bottom of the ladder, inside corpse disposal area. So what's the difference between corpse gutter and inside corpse disposal area? Are those both sound effects, or?
No, wait, I have this one. This sound is here. Or no, am I wrong? Okay, there's that one. Oh,
there's two boxes. One takes up the entirety of it from like a vertical standpoint. The other one is just near the bottom.
Gotcha.
Yeah. This one is the big vertical one. That's the name of this sound. Body disposal site. Okay, cool.
I think it's just marking out.
Yeah. That's where I was seeing that validated. Yeah, calling it body disposal site. So I just love that and again the swirling mass of like souls you can see at the top of it. So it's like they're very openly just clarifying that like, yep, they smashed a hole there just to throw bodies in instead of bothering to use the execution yard anymore to execute people. Just throw them in. It's quicker. Extremely cool. Height. That is height.
Did I accidentally like paste something there by accident? I don't see a region named height. Like it goes from the top and bottom of the ladder to 2020 to me, for me.
It's this one here. I don't see one named height either. Oh, you know what that is? I think what this is because George probably did this off of his own files, which includes his own scuffed little version of the Empire State Building size ladder, and I think he put a region at the very top of it and stretched it to the right size of it. So I don't think that is used. I think that is just a silly George leftover.
That is very funny. I was about to joke that it was a Q-Lock event region, just because anytime we saw something in English, it was incredibly suspect. And the same thing struck here, where it's just the region name being in English is a huge red flag that it wasn't from. That's very funny.
Couldn't go ladder.
That's hilarious. Terrifying George ladder.
It's the opposite of cut content. I guess a mod, but anyway. Yeah. Okay, so then the next one is this 2020, which we can't determine does anything.
Yeah, it's from a gameplay perspective, there's literally no reason to suspect it would do anything. This gate has to open with positive enough or negative enough world tendency, which the level would check when you're loading it, not when you're, it's behind the door needing to be opened. And also just from having like messed with the area, like if you clip through the wall and avoid walking through this, everything initializes correctly still. All of the Dreglings load, the Crystal Lizard's going to be there, Meralda's going to be there. I can't think of anything in this area that would be dependent on walking through that box. So it seemingly being unused is like the only thing that makes sense to me.
Well, it has a use.
Oh?
Technically speaking.
Uh-huh.
All it does is make sure, like, if your choice is you have to succeed a world tendency event for the door to stay open, walking past that just sets another event flag, and when it checks to see if your world tendency is fine, it cycles through everything. So it goes, okay, is this world tendency good? No. Is this one good? No. But do they have this last event flag so they've already walked through it? Yes. Then the door will stay open. So that's how it stays open regardless of your world tendency state or not.
Oh, weird.
I see.
But it wouldn't
It
like
just has a bunch of true or statements.
But it wouldn't like open the door for us if we didn't have correct world tendency and we no clipped our way back into it.
It sounds like it would.
Sounds like it would. Oh,
if you exited the game and you reset everything, and then you went over the wall, walked into the region, and then reloaded the area, the door should be open.
Oh, cool. Yeah, all right. Let's play around with that then. I was not expecting that. I guess it's a safety thing. Yeah, if you clipped out of bounds and you couldn't get back out of the door, that could be a problem. I mean, you could just die.
It's just to make sure the door 100% stays open and that's always accessible, even if you're not meeting the world tendency requirements after you've already met it and gone to the area once.
Gotcha. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, it's
like, yeah, if you died and went back to the Nexus, it would kind of suck to be locked out of the area you just got access to.
Yeah, in the later games they would handle this in a slightly different way in the script, but yeah.
Let me fully reset the map. That was my bad.
Makes sense.
It's just because it's world tendency events.
Yeah.
Okay, so we should have a completely fresh instance as if we never played Boletaria at all. We've never rescued Ostrava. We've never done anything here. So the door should be closed. Ow. Ta-da! Okay, so we walk through the space, and then if I quit and reload the map, I guess its door should be open probably this time. Yeah, look at that. Okay, cool. That's very neat. Yeah, I never really thought about that. I figured in my head, I would assume that like once the map was loaded with a sufficient world tenancy that it would trigger something like an event flag, and the event flag would tell the door to always stay open or something like that. But doing it with a little box there is pretty neat, and not how I would have guessed how that was handled.
But I guess
Well, it's
another
handled
consequence of this
by
is
everything.
if you open the door and you just like slightly walk through it, but not enough to actually go into the box, it doesn't get set permanently. So you could be like, well, that looks scary. I'm going to come back later. But if you don't go quite far enough, you won't be able to come back later because the door will close again.
Door closed. Yeah, presumably it would stay open if you didn't do anything to screw up your world tenancy. Because at least it would be open because you had it high enough or low enough, and then when you came back, it would still be high enough or low enough, presumably. But then maybe you checked it out, didn't walk all the way through, then went to a later part of Boletaria, died in human form, and had your tenancy drop. Yeah, then it could be closed and you're locked out again. Oh yeah, safety door opener is cool. I like that. So we have like 1 million torches, burnt corpses. If you want to just quickly cycle through those and see if like any are
Yeah, I'll look at the.
floating out of bounds anywhere weird, but I doubt it. I'm sure they're probably all. There's plenty of torches in the level. They're probably all used.
County torch inspector coming through.
Hell yeah.
Sure, this place is up to code.
Isn't Dark Souls 1 2010 or 2011? Yeah, it is 2011. Yeah, Dark Souls 1 came out in like August of 2011, I believe.
I believe a lot of these torches for the inside arena are doing the exact same thing that we've looked at earlier, where the actual like regions themselves don't have anything. It's actually just hooked to a map piece.
Yeah, it's funny because some of these say they reference a sound but no effect. So it's like, oh yeah, this is the torch's sound, but of course that's because the actual torch effect is referenced to a map piece, but they didn't do that with the sound. So
Oh, so it's like the same thing we saw on the Nexus. Like technically these are unused, even though they're like show up exactly where they should.
yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, it's just like vestigial remains of development where it's like earlier that is how they were processed, and then they just in bulk
Yeah, we
added
didn't
them to the
really
map.
see that at
right?
all in DS1. So at that
Right.
point, clearly they had gotten their process down to where they would maybe they would do this, but then they'd clean these up after they were done, right? Like we only saw stuff that was like lights and these types of things that actually had referenced SFX. I mean, we weren't looking at them, but when I was going through them,
Mhm.
they would all actually have something attached to them typically.
Gotcha. Yeah, it's not too surprising. They'd figure out some way of batch processing them that it would like overwrite or delete the old like region placement of them once it's properly in the map.
I assume the burnt corpses are out in this next to the dragons. They don't have anything referenced. Probably doing the same thing there as well. Okay, yeah, we're down to entry path, which is a sound. I'll fill in the rest of these.
Oh, is it a box or is it a sphere? Because there's like some giant boxes and spheres here near the
It's a
start.
box.
Okay, cool. Yeah. I imagine that's like a bit of wind and stuff like that. If there's a river sound effect, it's pretty hard to hear over all the torches. Oh no, now that we're further from them. Yeah, we can hear it. Oh yeah, totally. I'm curious about that big sphere in the sky. That one's kind of funny, kind of ominous over there. We'll get to that eventually, I guess.
Yeah. What is that? Yeah, it's a sound. That is quite a bit further down in the list.
Gotcha.
I think it's wind.
Interesting.
Which is not too surprising.
Yeah, it's
large. Who knows? But
it's
we saw that on the beach.
We saw that on the beach. It's large enough to have a decent amount of fall off. Where it might not be for hearing down here. It might be for hearing when you're by the mausoleum, the building that's in the distance over there. I think that's going to be closer to that sphere probably. So. That's another world tenancy gated building that you can go into.
Okay, so then we got these point lights that you were looking at in that room with the patrol path. The lights coming in the window.
Mm-hmm.
Again, those don't have anything referenced, so.
Yeah, and those ones, I wonder if they actually are 100% unused, right? Because like other torches, are clearly put into the map elsewhere, and like looking at that room before, I didn't notice it being like overtly brighter by the windows.
Right.
So I think those ones they kind of gave up on. You can see in Lance's early demonstration that some of the lighting, again, unsurprisingly, before they have to like optimize the game. The lighting in the tutorial is like a bit more advanced. There's like a bit more shadowing and like stuff going on. So I wouldn't be too surprised if that was something where it was just like, nah, we just have to cut this.
Are you talking about the point lights in the hallway that's kind of raised on one side?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or
The
there's
data
actually
for it exists in the map, but the param no longer does. They deleted it.
Gotcha.
Okay,
Yeah.
these are actually cut.
I suspected. Yeah, because when I was looking at that before, I'm like, these windows are not. Nothing's illuminated on the ground near them. It's not actually like brighter near them. I'll run back there just so chat can take another look.
Yeah, you can imagine.
You can imagine like spilling
with some
yeah
light shafts coming in the window or something.
Which I'm sure the remake probably does a good job of there. Like I'm sure that's something the remake gets right. We haven't
Actually,
even
hang on.
we haven't even
Let
gotten
me
to
make
that
sure I'm looking at the right thing.
boulder trap yet. It's funny.
Yeah, no, it's not there. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. Huh. That's 100% what that stands for, right? Within the point light data of Boletaria, there are two ones labeled TGS boss room. I believe the TGS stands for Tokyo Game Show, which is where Demon Souls was also shown off, at least in a later gameplay format of it. So those were probably added during the time of Tokyo Game Show, since Tokyo Game Show's demo specifically used a version of the Boletaria map that allowed the player to run around during it.
Now that I'm looking here, I can't tell. Like, is it slightly brighter underneath these things? No, maybe not. I don't know.
I don't know. It kind of looks like it to me.
It kind of looks like it. Like the corner, like behind that
But it
chair.
could be just the texture is later there. Who knows?
I believe they baked it into the light map.
That would make the most sense. Yeah, because it's like way too subtle. It's way too subtle.
Because I was going to say that's not even how they do light shafts. If they wanted to do that effect coming through the window,
gotcha.
it's possible those points could have maybe they dragged around points in engine that way and then was able to render light maps using their pipeline.
Yeah,
kind of similarly to how you would do it nowadays in Blender, but Blender kind of sucks, so you do it in Unity.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think that's just what it's used for.
Yeah, especially you can see details with like the shadowing under the benches, like it's just straight underneath the benches, and it's not like alternating directions based on the so, there's those points aren't doing anything.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Now we
Aren't
got
light maps
mid-boss
so
cutscene
cool?
area.
Mid-boss cutscene area. Are they talking about where we pull the lever to open up the boss fog? I'm not sure what they mean by that. Or
That's the entrance to the Phalanx fight.
entrance to the Phalanx fight. Interesting. So, okay, so maybe it relates to the cutscene in some way, although wouldn't Remo kind of do its own thing? I don't really know how that works.
Or maybe mid is just the geographical position of it in the map itself, because it's in the very middle of it.
2899 does not show up in the script.
I'll just teleport back there again.
No, it does not.
$2895 does, though.
This first one could just be unused.
Where's it located though? Like, will I be able to see?
It's like right at the
right at the
gigantic
edge.
gate.
It's a smaller box inside of the arena,
Interesting. Okay.
right at the door.
Is it
Not
yeah,
the smallest, the slightly larger one.
Gotcha. Huh.
2895 is used though, yeah. That's the actual like interaction point to get into the fog wall.
Yeah.
Oh, duh. I was like disabling objects to like, oh, let me make the door go away so we can look in the room. Duh. Of course, that's going to make the regions go away.
Yes, Hoshi, the first boss used to be the second boss. They swapped places. It used to be the boss Tower Knight.
Yeah, let me try to pull up the Remo for that. I have no idea what I'm going to find in here. Okay, no, that's the dragon cutscene. It's the lever pulling cutscene. Is this the proper one with the phalanx? I don't know what we're looking at here.
I want the phalanx should be.
No, yeah, it's the Tower Knight. Unused cutscene of the Tower Knight isn't here.
Yeah.
Let's go.
The one with Tower Knight opens up straight to the gate. It doesn't have any interaction with the lever beforehand. They have bright blue eyes in this. That's pretty cool. They kind of like have a soul effect around it.
Yeah, that's awesome. So there we go. Unused. It's cool that we actually have a remnant of that, because you can see like some dummy down enemies in like Dark Souls 1 and stuff like that, or like you hear about like, oh, Centipede Demon used to, but there's no cutscene of like the Centipede Demon being on the church rooftop, you know?
Yeah.
So, yeah, cool seeing that. Guy's in the wrong place. I guess Dark Souls 1 the equivalent is at least like having the crow in places it doesn't normally show up, or at least a place, which is like the Painted World, flying you out of the Painted World.
So what do we think 2895 is? That's actually used for the fog gate,
The interaction
right?
to get to the fog gate, yes.
Right.
Oh yeah, Sabo asked if the Tower Knight would actually fit in that room if the ceiling's tall enough. Oh yeah, the ceiling's definitely tall enough in there. I think it's probably higher than you realize. Let me although some of those arches off the side might be a little unforgiving.
The arches weren't originally there in the boss room.
There we go. That would explain that then. Yeah, because the arches are like the one potential obstacle. Even then, I feel like the Tower Knight's not actually that tall.
The Tower Knight fits
But-
underneath them easily,
Yeah.
if you were wondering, though. They weren't
Yeah.
originally there and they were added at a later point, but
Yeah,
the Tower Knight could still fit under them.
the design makes a lot more sense for the phalanx because you have all these like enemies throwing spears at you, and they really want you to be able to take cover. So the arches being added for the phalanx actually make a ton of sense.
Yeah. Here, if you want to pop this up on your stream, if you feel like it, here's them in the actual arena, next to one of the archways.
Let's see here. Oh, cool. Let me. Save image. Taking forever to pull this up. That's okay. Let's see. And we'll just add window. So their chat can see how big he is compared to the arches. So that is neat to see. I don't know what the context is, but someone in chat, very curious, don't foxes sound like screaming? Yeah, one time I was walking my dog, and I heard this just blood-curdling... It's a little Shih Tzu, mind you, and I hear this blood-curdling shriek coming from, like, the tree line, coming from the nearby woods. Scared the shit out of me. It sounded like someone being murdered, right? Like, it was just, like, such a horrible... terrifying sound. It's like the sound you would think someone was making if they were being stabbed or something like that. So it just like it immediately like made me freeze and like sent chills up my spine. And of course my little Shih Tzu's just kind of like ready to be like, what's making that sound? Let me at it. Kind of like he wasn't barking, but he was ready. He like immediately like walked toward the tree line, wanted to be like, what is that? I want to investigate it. And it was like, were you not terrified? Were you not terrified of that insanely horrible sound we just heard? It was like two foxes that I realized we were maybe within like 30 to 40 feet of them and I hadn't seen them, so I think they were just telling us back the fuck off kind of thing. But yeah, my dog was very like tended to be very chill with other animals and didn't seem to care about other animals that much. So I guess, you know, for some reason. You know, dogs, like something with other dogs is sometimes they get a little wary or interested, but like see a deer in the yard, rabbit in the yard, just never remotely gave a shit. That same dog would, if it saw a rabbit in the yard, it would, this is so gross, it would go toward it, not because it wanted to chase the rabbit, it could not care less about the rabbit, it wanted to look for its poop. It was like, oh, that's the creature that drops those little poops in the yard that I want to smell and possibly eat. And it's like, no, stay away. What kind of dog sees a rabbit running around in the yard and just like walks to where it was, not to where it's going, because it doesn't care about the animal. I would see like kind of large like toads in the yard and like hopping around, and because I knew at that point that it was safe and you wouldn't F with it, I would like really try to point it out, be like, look at this thing, like look at it, and you would look at it for like 2 seconds before looking away. You'd see it jump and it'd be, so he would acknowledge it and then instantly give up. He was like, nope, I don't care about whatever that thing is. Let's scroll down the spreadsheet. Fogwall checkpoint. Oh, here we go. Okay, so here is, I'm just kind of rambling at this point, but let's see. This is cool. And this is something that I did see for myself when I was kind of giving this mod a spin here. Hanged man talks area. Yeah, this is the hanging woman.
The hanging woman, the interesting thing about her, and generally what makes her different compared to every other NPC, besides, of course, that she was cut from the final game. And it's just something that she shares in common with the Devil-Winged Hawk Girl.
Mm-hmm.
Which is that all of her talk scripts are initiated through the map Lua and not through her own personal ESD. Of course, this is not set up properly because it was commented out after the fact. But when walking into this region, the sound would have been playing directly through the event itself and not because it tied to the ESD.
Yes, and to give more context for anyone in chat if they don't know what we're talking about, so when you cut these chains, a couple corpses fall, and you can pick up items from them. One of them has the jade hair ornament, which you turn into Stockpile Thomas in the Nexus. He says that like his like wife and daughter like had fled from the demons or whatever, and he couldn't rescue them. It's a kind of pathetic and sad story, tragic. And it was just kind of interesting because these are male corpse models, and he talks about like that was like his daughter's hair ornament or whatever. So you're kind of like, oh, like were they murdered and these were the thieves who took the things or whatever. But there's unused dialogue for a character begging you to put her out of her misery, and I will go ahead and play the audio for that. Let me just look up on YouTube, Demon Souls Hanging Woman dialogue. And here we go. Oops, let me start it over. The video is muted.
Are you human? Oh, the pain, and the ghastly odor. Please, put me out of my misery. Please have mercy on me. Oh, thank you. Forgive me, Father.
And the cool thing about this is, again, I'm other modders and data miners, I'm sure, noticed this event region. And maybe even people I talked to like verified it at some point, but it's been so long that like when I learned about this cut content, I was just sifting through audio rips and text files. So hearing that dialogue and, you know, saying thank you, Father, it's like, oh, clearly it's a cut thing where one of these would have been his daughter instead of just like a random generic male corpse model, and she would have begged you to put her out of her misery. And so, like, I knew it belonged here, but I never knew this event region was here, is the thing. So it's fun coming back, seeing, like, a thing that further validates it. Even though it's, like, super intuitive to piece together, like, what would have been here and where it would have been placed. The fact that we have an actual box saying, like, yes, this is the dialogue trigger for it. Super cool to me. So I was really happy seeing this here. It's very, very validating to have all of any slight sliver of ambiguity removed, just truly confirming, like, yes, that was for this. Okay, so we're getting out to some things which I have no idea what these are. Region to enable a Strava battle AI. Oh, that's just
that's just when you walk down beneath it.
That's just
like,
when you walk
don't
down beneath
jump
them.
and you walk instead. Yeah,
Gotcha.
that's
Okay.
it.
Unused warp Dregling attack.
So that one's weird. It's completely unused, and I don't know why. The comment, well, I know why it's unused. I don't know what the event originally was. At some point, the region was moved to that cylinder literally right next to you.
Mm-hmm.
And
Oh wait, this one right here?
the one floating off of the tower, yes.
Yeah, what the heck? Okay.
It had something to do with a Dregling, but it doesn't have any other data left of the event other than completely disabling them and warping them to that position.
Huh.
And that's kind of it. It maybe was a thing in mind where you could be walking on this tower and like a Dregling be pushed off of it and killed or something, but there's not anything.
Yeah, really weird. The other thing that's making me think is like precursor to Dark Souls 1 hollows hanging off a ledge. I mean, that seems unlikely because they needed like whole ass animations for that this game doesn't have. But again, just it being right next to a ledge is kind of suspicious. Like, would it have just fallen to his death right away, or like was it trying to climb up on here to attack you or something? Warp point. That is so strange. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, imagine you're just walking through earlier in the level and just a Dregling falls out of the sky and dies right in front of you. Right? Like, I don't know. Strange. Right tower sound, left tower sound.
Just the sounds when you're inside the tower.
In these towers. Gotcha.
I will say I'm kind of speeding through this last bit a little bit because a lot of them are sounds, and also I have to pick up my girlfriend in like 15 minutes.
Oh yeah. Let's power through this
in
in
like 15 minutes.
Power through this, and we'll end the stream. Jumping enemy 1 home, jumping enemy 2 home. Those were the blue cylinders where the trap where those guys jump down from.
Yep.
Yep. Nothing. We already saw those. Drake Chief respawn point. Drake Chief lashes out area. Oh, and Drake Chief and Underling is kind of an interesting naming for them. Let's go take a look. Obviously, the Chief is the
Chief is the blue one.
The blue one. Yeah, the one who doesn't fly over the bridge here. He's the one that just stays put. The tougher one that is a nuisance in 1-3 later on.
The respawn point is a little region inside of where they are sitting.
Gotcha.
And yeah, seems to do exactly what it says in the script. The other one is directly in front of them, and it's a like box that extends further out. When you step into it, it begins to play a looping animation of them swinging their tail more wildly and hitting it down against the ground and stuff. So the official name actually for the blue one is actually like Dragon Chief. It's like Drake Chief, so that's good. Typically, people just refer to them as Blue and Red Dragon.
Yes.
But this naming scheme is very good, actually. Underling does make it sound like there are multiple of the red one, though, so that maybe could be changed if there's a different translation that would fit it better. But a Chief is really good.
Cool. Yeah, he seems like the blue one's in charge.
The blue one's closer to Allant and in charge, so yeah, it fits.
Yeah, the fact that the blue one kind of ignores you here, it doesn't totally ignore you. He'll kill you with its tail if you get close enough behind it, which is one of the events that we see. Yeah, I don't think there's really any mysteries. I'm assuming all of these Drake regions are used. Drake Chief flashes out area. That's going to be the one up here that's going to cause him to... Am I going to get roasted because I'm an invader and invaders are probably not immune to this? I don't know.
You can still get roasted, yeah.
Yeah. He's going to hit me with his tail and it's not going to be pleasant, probably. Oh, I avoided it somehow. Go.
Hoshi, I don't know if there's anything about Dragonkin. But you see, like, they're starting to hit their tail down and stuff like that. That's because you stepped into that region.
Yeah. Yeah. Now they're kicking my ass. That's where you gotta, like, run off the edge to safety. Drake Underling will decide to return home area. That's gonna be when you're backtracking from the bridge. And you're gonna walk through some space that tells it it's good. Yeah, this box over here, I'm sure, something like that. There's gonna be one that tells it to attack you on the bridge, and another one behind it that says turn around. Yep. Yeah, it's just gonna be one of these.
First, these last three are all like, are all around the resting point of where the red dragon attacks. Which does something. Yeah, it does the same thing for all these, I think.
Gotcha. I think once I'm outside this box, but inside this other larger box, I think this is good where it tells it to go home. Oh no, not yet. He's still attacking. Now he's not. Oh yeah, no, I was just too close to the box. But yeah, I think as soon as I cross into this is where he starts coming back. Yeah.
Yeah, the larger one will decide to go home, and the smaller one is the will attack.
Cool. It's like it can be a little slow to like make those decisions, so it's hard to see like the instant result of that. Because he has to like fly back and forth. For Drake cutscene. The heck is that? Let me scroll down the dock.
I think in the art... Wait, actually, I have the art book right next to me. I can literally just look at it. What are they called in here? Internally, I think they're called dragons. But the art book will have probably a better translation for this than anything else, though.
This is a thin rectangle that covers the main walkway right after the archstone.
Oh wait, it's after the archstone. Like it's like when you're going toward the next level.
No, I mean it's at the start of this level.
Oh, for the Drake cutscene in this level. Duh, the level opens with a cutscene. I was just a little confused because like it just the cutscene triggers instantly when you load into the map for the first time, and it's not like something that triggers like, you know, you don't have to walk into a space for it to happen.
Oh right, yeah. So this region is commented out, but originally if you uncommented this and changed it around, you would have had to walk through this box to get the cutscene.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah, so technically unused, I guess. Yeah,
the cutscene itself is used. But
yeah, the cutscene is used, of course. Yeah, because the cutscene is just automatic. It just happens the first time you go to the level.
But yeah, you can see it in the cutscene. In fact,
that's funny.
But yeah.
Which one is it? Is it this wide?
The long rectangle.
It's the long wide one here. Yeah. So normally you would step.
Covers the whole length of it. Yeah,
you would step here and then the cutscene would start. Got it. Yeah, no, they made the right choice. It should absolutely happen when you load into the level for the first time. That's a better. It's cool coming up with the loading screen right into that. So we have a bunch of sound effects. We can skip past those. I don't think there's anything too interesting.
Just a bunch of spheres, kind of.
Yeah, there's the big spheres in the sky.
And then all the bonfires on the bridge, which are also just sounds.
Yeah.
On their points, but they are used because they're sounds at least.
Yeah.
Okay, so the last thing to interrogate is, I know where the soldier throws firebombs, but stops throwing firebomb area is a little confusing to me. So I kind of want to go check that out real quick.
It's out on the balcony that you can jump onto to get the crossbow.
Oh, I did not know there was a region there. I didn't notice that. I guess I just didn't like look in that direction when I ran by. Hold on. Let's see, character manager. Let's make myself friendly to them again. Or they're friendly to me. I'm not friendly to them. I can still kill them.
I'm not sure this is used though.
It should be. It does on event 9 at which is like the
Yeah,
last
but
thing
can you find event 9 though? That's well, there's delete event 8. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Delete event 8. God, such a small number.
Yeah, I remember that's what you were saying before, Hot Pocket. Just being like some of the numbers here are so small that it's like searching for them could be annoying.
To find any of these.
Yeah,
things.
yeah.
Like,
you wish the numbers.
I didn't have much of a problem finding what you're looking for in like the Nexus when you first complained about it, but like, oh my god, this map was such a pain because you search 240 and be like, you mean 2,400? It's like, no.
Yeah.
That's pretty annoying. This does seem used though, yes.
Weird. I don't see. It's like it's supposed to be like surrounding where we drop down to the. Oh yeah, no, I do see it now. Yeah. There's a box surrounding that platform. Soldier stops throwing firebomb area.
Yeah, it should cancel the.
Well, it's kind of
one that it sets up for 2007.
It's kind of interesting because there are enemies in this hallway area that do throw firebombs at you. So I'm guessing they just.
So there's one from above that directly goes over the stairs. I think the thought process is if there's another player in here, they don't want them to continually start doing the animation when they're just standing there because they have their AI disabled the entire time. This is basically just to turn them on back as an enemy the moment you drop down here so you can kill them and they actually fight back. I guess it also has the separate advantage of making it so when a player is up there, that enemy stops throwing firebombs at other players trying to maneuver through the like scaffolding.
Gotcha. I'm just a little confused, like why it's out here by the crossbow. Like,
It's just because that's where you drop down to, and then it immediately deletes the firebomb event after, so it doesn't go back to it.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
This is the only way to get up here to them.
I understand that. I was a little confused because I was like, because he's still throwing firebombs now that I've caught his aggro out there. But that's not a firebomb event. That's just his AI now. But before, they were firebomb traps with his AI disabled. Is what?
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. So yeah, because we were still throwing firebombs, I was like, "But he's supposed to stop throwing firebombs." No, he's supposed to stop throwing them.
He stops being forced to throw fire.
He stops being forced to throw them as a trap when you're going up this interior area. Yeah, you can drop back down, and that's nifty. So again, one of those subtle like enemy behavioral things that like you would never really intuit. And firebomb areas, I'll see if I can quickly step out of bounds. I'm going to just disable gravity because they're a little hard to see from inside this area. There we go. Now that we've clipped outside. No, I touched another part of the map though, so hold on. Let's... Ouch. Oh yeah, either way you can see all these little regions here. There we go.
All these other regions are used for throwing firebombs.
Yeah. There we go. Hopefully I don't touch another part of the map. And yeah, now we can actually see them. And finally we get to...
Yeah, you wanted to see it. It's
yeah.
here, like, almost at the end of the list.
Almost at the end of the list. I was like, this is such like a basic, like, and like well-known trap in the level. I mean, the popularity has nothing to do with what order these things are going to be in, obviously. But like, yeah, I was just really expecting it. Like, if you ask me, like, oh, what kind of event regions would exist in 1-1? And like one of the first things that comes to mind is like, oh, well, obviously you step into a space and the guy pushes a boulder at you. But here we are, not seeing it until like the very bottom of the list. It's kind of funny. I was getting stuck on. That's weird. Like gravity being off is confusing the game a little.
I think it's interesting that they refer to this as a cannonball when the only thing we ever see in Boletaria is trebuchets and stuff.
That is funny. Yeah. Also, yeah, definitely is way too big to be a cannonball. What kind of cannon would shoot that? Holy shit. Yeah. It's definitely for like a trebuchet. Huh.
These last 4 regions are unused. The 2-1, 2-2, 2-3, 2-4 soldier route stuff.
That's another.
These are all like unused move points.
Yes.
Points up by the merchant.
Okay, yeah, move points by the merchant, and I'm assuming one of them, or a set of them, are probably just 2 blue cylinders down by Ostrava's patrol path, but it's like in that side hallway nook.
No, that was earlier.
Oh, that was earlier?
These are all
I forgot.
on the higher floor sections, which is why they're labeled like 2-1, 2, 2-2, 2-3, 2-4.
Oh, because it's like floor 2 kind of thing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because there is like extra stuff here that isn't. Oh yeah. You can see like a blue thing in this room with this guy. That's definitely never used. So that explains that.
I'm sorry, George. It happens. It's okay.
Mausoleum point light source.
This is a point light to the left side of the mausoleum.
It's the left side of the
but it's-
mausoleum statue. It's unused.
Oh, it's not even just attached to the map piece.
I don't see it attached to it. Oh, it's attached to the statue itself, map piece.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna run
The
there.
problem, they can just attach it to anything nearby, basically. So.
I'm gonna run there real quick because it's the one part of the level we haven't even physically gone to yet.
I would be surprised if it's used at all, though, given that the point light ID is super high. And the highest point light ID we even have in Boletaria is 40 in the point light bank. And this has a point light ID of like 139. So the actual light here is unused. I think it's just another case of they built it into the
I am the old king. Show me thine strength.
light map later on.
They really crammed this in here.
Yeah, look at that.
thyself, brave knight.
Settle down, Doran.
You see how it's slightly brighter there, though? I think that was just after. I think they baked all this after.
They just baked it in. Yeah, that's pretty neat. Doran, stop it. So something, I was talking about this earlier in the stream, but just having like weapons that are special weapons in the environment that you actually pick up, I just have to damage him enough so he lets me pick it up. What is my HP? I want to die to Doran. That'd be embarrassing.
I will say it is 5:23. I gotta pick up
Yes,
my
yes.
partner in like 7 minutes.
Yeah. Thanks so much again for your help with all this. This is absolutely legendary. I'm gonna end the stream in a couple of minutes anyway, so you're not missing anything. I'm just gonna show chat picking up the sword, but yeah, thanks a ton for everything that you do. I'm super excited to be getting back into this. And yeah, like if you're all happen to be around next weekend, I'm pretty sure I'm available then, so we'll probably resume this Sunday if you're free then.
Yeah, I mean, it should be good.
Cool. Awesome.
Thanks for having me and everything. Hopefully I'll have some more stuff ready to show off next time.
Cool. Yeah, I'm excited, and have a good rest of your evening. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Have a good one, everyone.
Catch you later.
Explosion sound effect.
Man,
Thou
this guy,
dost well to impress
this guy's a-
one such as me, young
he's
knight.
such a tank.
I am old
I'm
King
here to ask
Doran,
the real deep
and
Dark
thou
Souls question.
hast
Who's this guy?
proven thine
Yeah,
strength.
this is old King Doran.
Go forth and take the king's sword in thine hand.
I guess Demon Souls questions. Anyway,
Yeah. So this is old King Doran. He's in this mausoleum area that you can't get to until you have light enough world tendency. So you'd had to like beaten a bunch of bosses in Boletaria without dying in human form. Like you need to like progress. You need to like play well to be able to unlock this area. Oh wait, no, you get the key later on from Strava. What am I saying? I'm forgetting. Yeah. It's just a key. But yeah, this guy comes in and challenges you, and he has like really, really high HP, stupidly high. So he's like the hardest like NPC in the game. He's like the hardest NPC to fight in between Demon Souls and Dark Souls 1 for sure. The AI is a lot clumsier, so like NPCs are easier to backstab fish, but it's like his defense is really high. His HP is 2,575, which is like Dark Souls 1 NPCs don't have that, you know, like so once you remove enough of his HP, he's like, good job, take the sword. And then we have this, what I was talking about earlier, these like special swords that are in the environment, and they have like a whole ass animation for retrieving them, and it is so cool looking. Yoink. And that's how you get the Demon Brand. Demon Brand, the demon rending blade passed down through the Boletaria royal family. It is a white blade that forms a matching set with Soul Brand. It is particularly effective on demons. This is like your Demon Slayer sword. Old King Alant spurred the blade for the way its power increased, the less demonic the wielder's soul became. For the way its power increased, less demonic. Yeah. So he's just like, he became all demonic because he was corrupted. So he's like, I don't want that anti-demon sword. You're like, I don't want anything to do with that. Buried it in the mausoleum. And like, is this dude immortal? Is he just not truly corporeal? Like, what is he doing alive in a locked off mausoleum for presumably a long ass time? It gives me very like Indiana Jones.
does he have the sword? Like, what's his sword?
Yeah, exactly. I think he has the... Is this the combined one or whatever? Is that the Northern Regalia? because there's another sword that's like the combined version of the two swords, which is sick. It's like the Demon Brand and the Soul Brand are like the two halves. Does he have Demon Brand? I get the visuals of them mixed up. But yeah, extremely cool. Weird event. It's fun being challenged to get a sword is a neat little event.
Yeah, that's cool. I like that animation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and they have the same for the picking up the Storm Ruler when you find it, and also the Moonlight Greatsword is also just like physically in the
that's
environment.
Something that I was thinking about is because in DS3, of course, they have the Storm Ruler again, but they have to put like as you point out in your messages video, they have to put 2 messages to be like, yo, there's a Storm Ruler here.
Yeah. Yeah, they put 2 dev messages.
If they just had a big, cool sword that you could just walk up to and pull out, like, I think people would be way more inclined to equip it.
Yeah, you've called exactly what happens here. I'll go ahead and show you real quickly exactly what they did for the Storm Ruler here. It is, again, it's funny that this is the simpler, like, less posh scheme than Dark Souls 3, but this is a really cool boss fight where you walk through, you see a cutscene, I just skipped past it, but this giant... You get these flying stingrays earlier in the level, but then there's like the boss version is way looming in the distance, and you're like, how am I supposed to do anything about that? It does fly close enough that if you have ranged attacks, you can pelt it with arrows. It'll kind of like swoop down and come closer to level. But if you're a melee user, you run past everything and grab the Storm Ruler out of the environment, and it's the same thing. We're gonna have like a special animation for picking out of the ground here.
Well, and they did the same thing in Elden Ring with the name escapes me, the sword you used to fight Riker.
Yes. Yes.
But again, you don't have a cool animation. I mean, I think that makes it way more clear that you've got to use that sword. But
yes,
or you should really consider using that sword. But yeah, the DS3 one is just very surprising to me because it looks like it might as well just be a random, like Gaping Dragon has treasure in its boss room, and it's not like, oh, you've got to put on the hard leather set or whatever that is to beat that boss. So it's like you could be excused for thinking that you don't care about that item until defeating Yorm, but no, it's actually extremely important.
Wait, Kingbore, while Kingbore's here again, I don't recall if he was here in chat when I was marveling over the really stupid thing we found in because I can tell he's referencing that right now. But what is the super long sword? what is this?
I want it to work.
I want it to work too. What is this?
Well, it does do something. But...
In our C0 character menu, I'm gonna have a super long sword. Have you seen this? Have you thought about this? Has this crossed your mind? Oh, we toggle it on, and when I press R1 or R2, we just T-pose for a few frames. It is something. Yeah, I couldn't remember how we collected the Storm Ruler in Elden Ring, to be honest. I forgot what that looked like. And there's also... There's one other weapon I was forgetting in Demon Souls that you also pick out of the ground like that. Oh, the Istaril, which is like a weird, like ornate, like halberd kind of weapon. So yeah, I'm going to have a super long sword. What is this? Why? That is a mystery for the ages. On that note, though, I'm going to go ahead and end the stream, but thanks again, everyone, for hanging out. I just want to put that in Kingbore's head before we part. I'm not sure if he has an answer in chat. Actually, I'll leave the stream open for a few more moments, but if not, we'll just DM or talk about it elsewhere. Does it mean you're showing dominance with the T-pose? Because presumably you have a very long sword because you're the alpha. Jesus. That's silly. Yeah, thanks again, everyone, for hanging out. Thanks again, Hot Pocket, for coming along and helping out with this. This is a lot of fun. I like seeing how these systems have evolved and what weird stuff we can find.
And I get to ask extremely probing questions like, who's that guy?
Who's that guy? No, I love it because it's fun showing and explaining this stuff too. So yeah, next stream, again, we're just going to assume for now it's on for Sunday. If not, we'll figure it out. And we'll just we'll resume. We'll start off in Boletaria 1-2. yeah, on that note, I'm just gonna end the stream and see you all next time. Have a good day.